Board of Trustees work session. What we're going to be doing tonight, since we have a lengthy executive session, and at 7:30 at the regular meeting, we have State Senator Shelley Meyer.
No, I got off of that to deal with tennis.
Who's talking?
Jerry.
Oh, okay.
That's all right.
We have an executive session.
Welcome to the.
There's a loop. We're hearing.
It's not me.
Yeah, that was the YouTube delay that's fixed. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I need a motion to go into executive session. And I need a motion to open the meeting.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. All right, now I need a motion to go into executive session. Would someone like to make that motion?
So move.
No, we got to, Nora.
I actually don't have the whole document. I didn't get a paper packet, so I don't have it all in front of me.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, maybe I do. I printed the agenda. Hold on, it's long. I can do it. Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm going to make a motion to go into executive session under, it doesn't have it, under 105, is it E?
Well, there's a bunch of them there, Nora.
I know, but okay. So the first one is under 105(1)D to discuss matters of current litigation, Gonzalez Riviera versus Village of Mamaroneck. Second, 105D to discuss litigation, Goldstein versus Village of Mamaroneck Ethics Board and Trustees and Village Manager. 105(1)F, investigation of complaint. 105F, police chief.
We're not going to do the investigation complaint tonight.
Okay, then 105F, performance appraisal for police chief. 105(1)F, the discussion of full-time village attorney and land use attorney, and 105(1)F, discussion of change of counsel. All pursuant to the public officers law, as it relates to the financial, medical, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporation.
Okay, but I want to make, Nora's made the motion. Would someone like to second those motions?
Second.
Okay, we'll call a roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
DeFore,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, the first matter, Gonzalez versus Riviera. Gonzalez.
No, wait.
We have to go, leave the
No, we
meeting.
have to get out of this meeting.
We
My
have to switch
bad.
meetings.
We all have to get out of this meeting and go to the next.
It was me, not you. Okay.
Okay. See you soon.
I should be saying, excuse me, maybe not.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me, Kelly? Or
I
Dan?
can hear you. Yep, yep.
Okay, I always have to check because I get that,
I know.
noise voice thing.
I mean, that's not your natural voice, Bob.
No, I'm not camouflaging it all the other times when I talk.
Uh, If you saw my email about the flag for the pledge, yeah, we don't need a flag at half-mast for tonight. Or half-staff, I'm sorry. To be proper in my terminology.
Good.
Nora, when's Molly get home?
Something soon. Today, they're on the road.
That's exciting. I bet you can't wait.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, of course. Alex is gunning to go to California,
Really? When?
like next week.
Is he gonna fly or drive?
He wants to fly. I don't think, we told him we don't think it's a great idea.
Mhm.
Because he'd have to fly back. It's a lot of time. It's like 13 hours on a plane.
Is he going for his job or just for fun?
See his girlfriend. Just to see his girlfriend. It's her birthday.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, the boyfriend's gonna be living with us too, so.
Well, that's exciting. Is he coming today?
Yeah, they're both coming today. Yeah.
Has he lived with you guys before or stayed for a weekend or anything?
We've been together a lot in Shelter Island, but.
Yeah.
I really like him, so.
That's good.
He's like a ray of sunshine
We can all use that.
with turquoise hair.
That's
The
okay.
Governor Cuomo's advice, always like the boyfriend.
Yes, that's true. That's true. That's true. He did say that.
I'm sure he hasn't always done it. I don't have a roommate anymore.
No?
Oh no.
Where'd he go? Back to Leah's?
Mama. We went back to Mama.
Okay.
Oh, Tom, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can hold the baby now, so it's a payoff.
Oh, that's nice.
But the baby must weigh like a ton.
I don't know if it's done, but
Last time you held the baby, it was like tiny.
yeah, he was 8 pounds on my health. I guess he's about 12 or 13 now.
He's like
Wow.
3 months old, right? Oof.
He'll be 3 months this week.
I bought a book and I wrapped it up. I'll have to send it. I bought a book
Oh,
called Noisy Nora.
That's great. That's great.
It's not just that, it was a dance back, okay. We got the whole crew here.
I think Christy is needs to be promoted to a panelist.
Right.
She was.
Okay.
Yeah, she's here. She's just on mute.
All right.
Right. Everybody ready? I need a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I guess that was everybody.
I don't think you got enough eyes there, Tom.
I don't think I got enough eyes there, too. I need at least one.
I said an aye.
Great.
I was,
So did I.
I'm on.
Thank you.
Sing out. Talk to the back of the room, as they used to say in acting class. All right, hold on. Let me get back to the agenda. Okay. Old business 1A, controlling costs of legal defense for village administrative hearings. And this is something I put on the agenda, and what I was thinking about is that if there's another, or in the future, there's an administrative hearing for the village, that we have some way or some means of
Hola,
control.
abuelita. Hello. Hola, abuelita. Hola, abuelita.
Oh, that there is some way of the board entering into a retainer agreement. And I think that, the cap should be what the cap is for outside counsel that the village uses when we do litigation. So
And by that, you mean the hourly rate?
the hourly rate, yes. I mean,
Yeah.
not a cap in terms of total
Yeah.
dollars, because you don't know how long something's gonna go on. But just some way that, we can, have a say in it, control the costs, and have a retainer agreement with the person that is doing it. Because we're paying these bills and we don't have a retainer agreement.
I don't think we can have a retainer agreement because they're not our attorney. You have a retainer agreement with your attorney, not with the village.
Right, but we're paying the bills. So couldn't we have a retainer agreement just for the cost of the litigation?
I don't
I
think,
don't,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't think so because we're not the client, but I
Yeah.
think we can limit the amount that we indemnify. So we can say, the village will indemnify up to $350 an hour or whatever.
I
I don't think.
Actually, think that we would have to also limit some of the, I think then we would probably need to limit the subpoena power of the ethics board, because most communities don't have that. And I sort of feel they have this authority to do these wide-ranging investigations, and it's kind of chilling for land use board members to be the subject of that. So I think we have to.
Before we get into that, because this is kind of the divergence that we do sometimes, and it keeps things from happening. This is one separate section of the village code, indemnification and defense. It is not.
And I'm not willing to change it until there are other changes made. So that's my point. That's my.
I'll let you finish when you start talking.
Sorry.
And I think that there's, what I understand from recent meetings, that there is a desire on the board to relook at the ethics code. And I want to deal with this separately, because there will still be an indemnification. And I don't want to, cloud the issue once again. So right now, what I'm talking about, and subpoena power might be something that we can look at when we do, if you want to weaken the ethics code later on, we could do that. But right now, it's just about indemnification. And should we have a way of protecting the taxpayers during this?
I don't think it's quite that simple, Tom. If there is an issue that is raised and attorneys need to be hired, different attorneys work at different rates. You want to get to somebody who's experienced in whatever you think would serve you best if you're the subject of it that needs an attorney. Just like the village does. The village is able to negotiate for a quantity discount, if you will, or a municipal discount. I think that you all try and do the best we can, but many times that can't be done. And I don't think the code doesn't say will indemnify only up to a point. I think the bigger issue is, why is it all going on? which is a different issue.
Right, that's not the issue I'm addressing here. So can we just,
I understand that. I addressed the issue you're addressing.
you made a point that the village can go out and negotiate different rates, but they can't in this instance.
That is correct.
We're stuck with the rate that that person hired. And I think that that isn't fair to the taxpayers.
I think it's just fiscally prudent to put a limit in our code, the maximum hourly rate that the village will pay to indemnify someone in an administrative hearing for legal counsel. I mean, you can argue over what the amount should be, but it shouldn't be just nothing.
Well, but
I
the
think.
amounts the village pays for its attorneys on their municipal discount changes and with each attorney that you hire. It's not the same rate.
But I'm not saying that we would tie it to the municipal rate. I'm saying you could put in the code. Dan, let me finish. You could put in the code that the village will indemnify you for an attorney to represent you in an administrative hearing at an hourly rate of no more than $1,000. I mean, fill in the amount. But I think we should have something in there.
The question is, when you fill in the amount, first of all, the amounts change as each year goes by. The second is there are different qualities of attorneys at different rates.
But that's why I said to use the amount that the village attorney uses as a billable rate.
And what is that amount?
Correct.
It's $350, right?
$250.
$250.
$250, and it's a negotiated rate because they get a lot of business from us. So I think that that's a very low rate, and I think it's not fair to people who are the subject of an ethics investigation.
That's not what you're paying Adam.
No, we're paying him $400 or $440, and his usual rate, I think, was $600.
Mhm.
I understand that.
440.
So the object is to try and get the lowest for the best quality representation you can get.
Right, but right now we have no say in it.
But Ms. Goldstein's is also even less than that. It's 400.
Hers was $350 at some point and $400 at another.
Right. So aren't they unreasonable? What is the issue?
The issue is that
250 is too little. That's for sure, because you won't get a lawyer for 250 in a matter like this. Let's be clear.
all right, the issue is there's no control. There's absolutely no control.
Well, this has been not a problem. This has been 400, and I know it's expensive, but you won't get a lawyer for less than that in this kind of matter. And we also had to get one at 440. So then.
Okay, then all right. Let's just say
The
4.
problem is really the length, the extent of this, the length.
Hold on.
Once we have the indemnification, we can even put a
Okay.
top amount, but it would have to be something that really covers
Okay.
something that's reasonable. I think 250 wouldn't do it.
Right now,
250 wouldn't do it.
as it stands right now, somebody can go out and hire a lawyer for $800 an hour. They can hire a lawyer for $1,000 an hour. And we have no control over that. Do you think that that's a good plan?
Because it's been a rule of reason, right? So
If someone goes out and hires a lawyer for $1,000, we have no way of stopping it.
So you want to put $1,000 on there?
No, I think that's way too much.
Okay. Then what is a reasonable amount?
$400 an hour is what I would say.
Let's say that changes in 6 months and you can't get a reasonable
I
amount.
don't think it will change in 6 months.
I think the point is to be, it's so that actually this shouldn't really be a problem or an issue, but it should not be an issue that is, the purpose of this is that you should get the best people for the boards, that if anything comes up that is out of this, they will be indemnified. So, and you get the lawyers that are around here. So it has to be a reasonable, a good amount. I don't know how to cap it. If that's what you want to do, cap it, but it has to be very reasonable.
How
Be
about,
reasonable on the high end.
how
To be
about
honest.
this suggestion? That
You-
you
What is it?
at 400, And if you have to hire a lawyer that goes over 400, you have to have approval by the Board of Trustees. I mean, we have to have some control over this.
I mean, guys, we just passed a reserve policy of having 30% in reserves for prudence reasons, and now we're not going to be prudent on this.
And we have
We've had tens of thousands of dollars in these legal fees for administrative hearings.
That's
And
what we're talking about, a $400, we're $350, $400. So is that, and it's not an issue of fiscal. I mean, at the end of the day, of course, it's money and it's taxpayers' money. But you're really comparing something that has nothing to do with this, Kelly. Really, one thing is to have something that is reasonable. One of our members had to get an attorney for $350. Do you think that was excessive?
No, I think that was fine.
Okay, then it went up to 400, maybe for the complexity. Do you think that's excessive?
I don't. I think 400 was fine.
So
I
then
think $400
that is the
an hour.
discussion we should have. Let's not sidetrack. And then it should be around 400, 450, I would say,
I think
more or less.
I think Tom's idea of you set it at a number, and then if someone wants to go beyond that, they come to the board for approval. Under the code,
What we're talking about now is
I
price.
think more or less something like that should be.
I mean,
But I hear others.
I would be fine with the cap of a reasonable cap. And I just threw out the village. I didn't know it was only 250, sorry, of the village attorney. But I'm fine with a reasonable cap. And then if somebody has something where, hey, I have to hire XYZ and it's going to be $600 an hour, but this is why, then they come back to us. That's why we have some control. Right now, literally, somebody can hire somebody for $1,000 an hour, and there's nothing we could do. I mean, we kind of thing, do not exceed on all these contracts, and then we have this open-ended thing. I mean, I'm just trying
Well, you're right. And we also have no budget for the ethics board, but when they open a hearing, there's a tremendous expense related to that. I mean, we probably need to be thinking about their budget too.
Okay, but
we
didn't have to pay for our attorney for that.
No, but when they open a hearing, there is an expense to the village because the subject of the hearing is entitled to an attorney. So there is an expense to that.
I have a couple of questions actually on this section of the code. When does it start? When does it start? Because it talks about defense in any proceeding, right? Does it start, Bob, when there's a formal investigation, or when the Board of Ethics requires attendance? And I've seen some.
Well, first of all,
they want to go with an attorney. When does it start? Because it's a little bit unclear, up in the air.
This isn't specific to the Board of Ethics.
Right.
If an employee is an elected official or appointed volunteer of a board or agency of the village, or an appointee of the Board of Trustees, the village will also provide for the defense of the employee in any proceeding before any administrative body. I would take that as soon as the administrative body started a proceeding.
That's what I'm trying to identify. When does it start?
I think I don't think it's clear. It's clear. It's clear in a civil lawsuit because we know when the civil lawsuit starts, right? It's not in an administrative proceeding. Can be an investigation, as there was in the Goldstein case. So I believe the reasonable place to start the indemnification, although this isn't specified in the code, is at what point the subject of the investigation has reason to believe that there's a reasonable possibility that there will be an administrative proceeding and is entitled to prepare for that.
So yeah, that could be added. I'm sorry, but I see it right here. So it could be for the defense of the employee in any investigation or proceeding. That will clarify it. And then it continues before any administrative body which has authority to impose sanctions or penalties, including any administrative body of. When does it end? So we know the beginning. Where does it end? When that final decision is rendered?
It ends when the administrative proceeding concludes with a final decision.
Conclude. So in between there's coverage.
That's how I would read it.
Okay. And then why does it say at the end, in case of a compensated employee, why if it applies to elected officials or appointed volunteer members, why does it add the village manager and compensated employees? Why is it at the very end of the code?
It says, let me just read it.
Because it starts by just talking about the employee is an elected official or appointed volunteer or appointee of the Board of Trustees, maybe in some other capacity. But at the end of this section, it talks about that it involves the village manager in case of a compensated employee. I just,
Because the intent when the law was drafted, when this law was changed to allow for defense, this section of the code previously applied only to defense in civil proceedings.
right.
Okay. When it was changed, I drafted it. The intent of the change was to protect volunteer members of boards and so forth that were subject to potential ethics issues. Village board, the Board of Trustees, the land use boards, et cetera. It was not intended to protect an employee, to provide defense counsel for an employee in a disciplinary proceeding, for example. That's what that section goes to.
Okay, so if,
That's why it's written that way.
especially if a representative employee as a,
Okay, or when the village manager, okay, I got it. So that except applies to the rest of the section. Now I read it carefully. Yes,
Yep.
okay, I get it. Village manager or, okay, I got it.
so I mean, so I would be fine with amending this to having, say $450, or if there's a need for a greater fee, the applicant or whoever it is, the employee or the appointed official has to come back to the Village of Mamaroneck Board for approval. That's really all I wanted to do. Because when I looked at this, and
Put yourself in a position where somebody, where you're the subject of that, and you want to go, you go to somebody like Adam, who's experienced in this field, and his fee is $600.
then you come back to the board and tell us why you have to do that.
Because that's the person whom you believe is the best to help you, period.
Okay, then you come back to the board, you make that
Yeah,
determination.
but then the board arbitrarily can say, we're paying, $450, that's it. The rest is yours.
Then maybe you have to put that out of your pocket if you want that lawyer.
But that's the rub. All you've done is made it very clear to people serving on the board that they have potential liability. The whole point was to protect people who were going to serve on different boards and committees.
So Dan, would you look to hire a lawyer charging $800 an hour?
I wouldn't like to, I would try and hire a lawyer who best fitted, that had the most experience, and then try to negotiate the best rate I could possibly negotiate.
But there's no incentive for you to negotiate a good rate if the village is just going to pay whatever without limitation. There's no limitation in there.
A limitation only discourages somebody from being there, because it's simply saying the limitation may be fine today and tomorrow it's not.
I disagree. I don't think attorneys' fees change by the hour, day to day.
They change pretty often. People change firms, they change rates, all sorts of things.
But rates are also always negotiable too.
I mean, Dan, what is the going rate? What?
The rates are all over the place. That's the problem. Adam's rate is $600, if you will. Okay. So if Cindy had gone to that firm beforehand, that would have been the rate that would have been quoted. Whether she could have negotiated down or not, who knows? But you can't. Once you start tying the hands of somebody, you discourage them from being there.
We're not tying our hands.
I'm not for, and don't misunderstand me, I'm not for open-ended
Okay,
approaches to life.
this is
but-
a benefit. This is a benefit that no one in this village had until 2017. Right? This was that's been around forever. And I'm in favor of it, but I'm just saying, it cannot be open-ended. It just can't.
The issue, I think, is a much broader issue of why, but that's for another discussion.
Victor?
The other issue is it could be, and I think this happens in other settings where instead of just pointing to a number, you just refer to the fee of a partner or an associate in the New York City metropolitan area. That would cover the 600 and lower fees, more or less. But you just do a reference to some formula
Well,
instead of just going a number that will stay in the code.
I think that is, even more nebulous, because you get a partner at Roscoe charging $1,000 an hour, and a partner law firm charging $300 an hour. That is, that's leaving it up to, the market and not protecting the consumer at all. I don't see what that does at all. We can have that.
Could I suggest, now there are partners at New York City firms that charge $1,800 to $2,000 an hour. I'm pretty sure you don't want to pay that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to keep in here.
Maybe it would make sense to tie the rate to some multiple of what you're paying the village attorney. Maybe it's not fair to hold someone to basically, as someone said, volume discount that the village attorney gives you, but say, okay, as time goes on, that number will change. And if you tie it to that rate, say, twice that rate or 1.5 times that rate or 1.75 times that rate, then you're in a ballpark if you want to tie it at all.
As the law states now, Bob, as the indemnification law is now written, would we have any discretion on controlling costs if somebody did go and get a $1,200 an hour lawyer?
There's nothing in the law that would allow us to do that. I suspect that, if it came to that, we could make an argument that it was ridiculous, but no, there's nothing in the law right now that gives the village any control over that. I mean, you could refuse and force the person to sue the village and then resolve it.
But they would have a good case that nobody told me I couldn't.
Correct. That would be the argument.
Is there a consensus on the board to try to move forward to come up with at least some control?
Yes.
Victor?
Along the lines of a reasonable, about, let's say, if it's twice or 3 times as much, we'll have to come on a number that is sufficient to not steamy really participation, which I think is really central. And on that I think Mr. Natchez has a big point that you're trying to, the whole thing of voluntarism and zoning board of appeals, planning boards, and you want people there who would not think about this a minute. This should be something that is just the extreme exception. So this shouldn't be something that anybody should be concerned about. So it has to be a very, very generous amount. Let me put it so that we don't have to even think about it. If you want to put a limit on it, but it has to be, what is the regular fee then for the attorney, for our village attorney?
The litigation rate is $250 an hour.
The litigation, but the non-escrow, for example.
The regular retainer?
The escrow, yeah, the non-escrow, yes.
The
Or non-escrow.
you mean
What are you charging people that are for your services that are under an escrow account, for instance?
For the first 7 hours, it's $250, and I think after that it's a range. My rate at that, and this was all, by the way, these were all numbers I inherited. I've not negotiated any of these numbers. These numbers are at least 3 or 4 years old. My rate is $490.
I mean, Dan, can you give us some current knowledge on range here?
You're looking for a lawyer, right?
I'm sorry, Tom, I didn't hear you.
Aren't you looking for new counsel? What's the current range?
The range is all over the lot. That's part of the problem. It ranges from
what's the
$300 to
highest you've heard?
$700 an hour.
I'm sorry, the highest was what?
$700 an hour. I
And the
have
lowest
no,
was-
I
the
have no
lowest-
intention, I have no intention of doing that, but you're asking what the market is.
And the lowest was 300?
That is correct.
Okay. So,
And that rate, by the way, was not a partner rate, but it was, never mind. I mean, the market is not an easy market. First of all, it's a limited thing. And it's a question of who has real experience in that.
okay. Nora, what do you think?
I think the conversation, considering what's going on in the village, is a little tone deaf now, and I believe it needs to be considered in conjunction with the larger discussion of the ethics law.
It's a separate part of code.
I know you feel that it's separate. I feel that there is a connection.
Well, I don't feel that it's separate.
You asked what I thought. That's what I think.
It's separate. It's not a feeling. It's just a separate part of code. So there are 3 people who have a consensus to try and look at this. Maybe Bob could come up with a couple of scenarios and present them to the village board in a couple of weeks or a month.
If you like.
Maybe other municipalities deal with this as well in their code in some way.
Most municipalities don't indemnify, but okay. Maybe there is.
Yeah, I think that's right. In the normal indemnification context, not in the context of an administrative proceeding against a board member, normal administrative context, either the insurance counsel for the village defends the village employee, or the municipality negotiates a rate directly with counsel for the defense and picks counsel for the defense. We don't give, when the lawsuit is brought against the village, we don't give employees the right to choose their own counsel unless there's a conflict.
Right. So this is in a lot of ways a different agenda.
I will say, when this law was originally adopted, I vehemently argued against it. And I now.
So you want to abolish it?
No, I didn't think it should have been adopted. I've come to think differently based on the circumstances in the last year.
All right. We can move on to item 2.
So do you want me to draft the law? Is that the instruction from the board?
Yes.
First, we said, figure out a formula that would be sound reasonable, because it has to be really something that cannot steamy volunteer. I mean, that is really the moment is really not the best one, that's for sure. But having something that doesn't, kind of allow this absurd of $1,000, I think, of course, that is something we would like to work. But it has to be very reasonable, good formula that doesn't really hinder any concern from somebody.
I agree with that.
I agree with that too.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me get back to the agenda. Recording of BAR meetings. Kelly, this was you?
Well, I guess the reason this came up originally was because we were having a question of whether the cost of getting the BAR meetings recorded, that may have been resolved.
Jerry, do you know?
It's not resolved. The only thing that I have was that, do they have to meet twice a month? Or can they meet once a month to save us $250 per month?
So it is costing us $250 every time they have a meeting to get the transcript up and to get it. Is that right?
I think, Kelly, it's the streaming part of it that's costing us the money, because LMC is streaming it for $250 per meeting. So the only question that I had was, can they meet once a month instead of twice a month, or every other month?
Was BAR televised before?
No.
But it's a requirement according to 2021.
So this is part of our COVID open meetings law.
Well,
That's right.
it's a requirement that it's streamed. It's not a requirement that it's on LMC TV.
Right. Right.
Do you know, you get my distinction?
Yes. That's the email that I asked Matt, and he responded. I think this is in the backup.
It is in the backup.
Right. So
LMC TV email.
What would we use to stream it? Would we use what Augie and Cliff use, or YouTube?
YouTube.
Yeah.
Well,
Can we use Zoom and YouTube?
That's all then.
can we do it the way we did our budget work sessions? They weren't on LMC TV.
No, we could stream it on YouTube.
Yeah.
There you go.
That takes out that $250 expense.
And that's what we'll do when we start up in July with traffic and Arts Council and Tree Committee, correct?
Okay, it's good.
July, they're all starting up again?
July,
Yeah.
Is it all of them or just some of them?
most of them. I
Okay.
think one or two are excluded.
Okay.
Jerry, where are is the Zoom meet or the YouTube stored?
I don't know. I suspect we have an account or a channel.
We have an
You have a
account.
channel.
YouTube has several data.
What I'm trying to get to is to minimize exposure and simply say, do what we're suggesting, but also have it, if there's a button on the website that says, where you go to past meetings, and you can actually click on the Zoom, if you will, as opposed to going to LMC TV.
Yeah, the recorded meeting,
Yeah,
the streamed meeting.
and see if that can work. If that can work at a zero cost, that's a major approach.
Yeah, I think you would just leave a link to a village YouTube channel, and it would have all the videos on there. You just select whichever video you want to watch.
I understand. It's beyond my technical capabilities. The question is, conceptually, it sounds like an approach that we could utilize if it's indeed viable to do.
Yeah, on demand, in essence.
Yeah. It can be streamed and then it can be on demand, which, because a lot of people can't, get to a particular meeting for whatever their other obligations are.
Yep.
So on our village webpage, set up a landing page with a direct link to each meeting.
Yeah. Or just to all the meetings, and then you could scroll through.
LMC TV has all the other meetings. It's just
No, I don't think they do, because like the Goldstein hearing's not on LMC TV, it's just on our little YouTube thing.
zoning.
Zoning, but the meetings that we didn't air through LMC TV aren't available on LMC TV.
Well, to all the zoning board and planning board meetings, when I was here originally, we did that via resolution to have them on LMC TV.
No, but what I'm saying is, when currently in our little Zoom life, the meetings that are broadcast live streamed on LMC TV are available on their channel. The ones that we do on our YouTube channel, you have to go in through another loop. So if we had a link on our website to those, that would probably be.
No, I understand. I understand the technology. My question is, are we talking about recording? Like, let's just say when we go back to normal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are we talking about recording BAR meetings? Or this is just for COVID?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it would be a good idea, but there is a cost. I think that it's easier to record a Zoom meeting now because everybody's participating via Zoom. If we were going to record, I mean, we could broadcast it via Zoom, but people aren't going to have their own computers in the courtroom.
Yeah.
So I think that goes back to the traditional way we broadcast meetings with LMC TV.
I just wanted to make sure that's what we're talking about. Because I didn't want to, go down another expense road until we're better off. Okay. So does that, anybody have any other more on the BAO meetings? Okay.
Well, do we make a decision? Are we going to try and just Zoom them
Yeah,
on our YouTube channel and not air them live?
Well, they will be on the village's YouTube channel live.
Right, but not on LMC TV.
Not on LMC TV.
No.
But they were never on LMC TV.
No, they weren't. No.
Yeah. So
Correct.
why incur an expense that we don't have to incur?
I agree. I just think we have to make it easy to find them, not only during the meeting, but after the fact.
Well, you know what we should do, and Jerry, we should have Robert do this too, is push out with the emails the fact that we now have a YouTube channel and you can watch this and watch that, and just to make people aware of it.
Okay.
And actually, if you get enough hits, you start getting ad revenue.
Yeah.
There's an idea. Everyone start hitting it.
I get 20,000 people hit on it at one time.
That's right.
Okay.
Maybe we're going to have to open every meeting with a comedian to do that. But.
I think we provide our own. The stuff writes itself. Big brother and big sister clothing drop-off receptacle. This is on for the regular meeting, am I right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's on incorrectly.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's
The solution.
yeah, the resolution on the regular meeting still shows it on Library Lane, where in the work session,
Right.
we're moving it to St. Vito's.
Right.
I
Okay.
got this meeting, this notice very late in the day on Thursday, and I'd
That's
like to update the resolution.
I understand, but it needs to be corrected. It should have been corrected on the agenda, and it needs to be corrected on the actual resolution.
Okay. We can do
This
that.
does, yeah, this does play a bit into another item on the agenda tonight, which deals with the demapping of Old White Plains, East Old White Plains Road. So I don't know if you want to think about that in light of that item as well.
I have a question about the agreement that they gave us, which is that I don't see anything in there requiring them to pick it up every twice a week or every number of days. And there's nothing about, if they're overflowing, that they'll come pick it up. And we, is there any way we can control for that?
Well, they had sent me an email when we discussed this item at the last meeting, where they indicated that they would pick up the box at least once a week. So they have made that commitment.
Okay.
I can recirculate that email.
Agreement. We should add that to the agreement.
Okay. We can agree.
Because that was my request, to make sure that
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
pick it up on a regular basis and not just let it pile up until someone calls and complains.
Right.
Okay.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we'll add that.
So we doing that tonight?
I don't have a problem, as long as it's corrected.
Yeah, we'll correct. So
And it depends on the explanation on demapping of all White Plains. That's another item. So I want to hear explanation on that. That has other issues with it.
all right, the attorney thing we talked about in executive session.
Well, we do have an issue with Bob's contract.
And what is that?
But didn't it expire? We approved a 90-day extension. We're beyond that, I believe.
Bob, is your contract expired?
I thought you had extended it into September at the last
I
meeting.
thought so too.
Yeah, we actually approved, the resolution was for a 90-day extension, but Tom said 5 months, so it ended up being a 5-month extension. We voted on a 5-month extension, although we had discussed a 90-day one.
Okay.
Bob, you're safe for 60 days.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is waiving bill, and you know what, I love using this computer to do this, it makes life a lot easier. Waiving building fees for all affordable units in the village. I sent an email out about it, and that's on your thing. And then we have information from the Mr. Cutler, who's no longer with us. You know, and when I look
at that
information, you know, I think that,
It was on our February agenda. It's the same
I
information.
know that. I know that. It's
Oh,
on it.
Victor asked. Victor just asked.
But did he give us the, what is it? There was something else he was going to provide?
No, he gave us what he gave us.
Awesome.
He gave us the building fee for, you know,
What's the name?
what it costs per $1,000. But what I want to talk about is the recreation fee on all affordable. It's $850 per unit. No, I'm sorry, $8,500 per unit. So, you know, I mean, I think that, you know, we put a lot of sticks in our zoning code. And we wanted to limit development, and I think we've done a good job. But, you know, we talked all through the process about trying to get affordable development. And, you know, as time goes on, the need for affordable housing in this community and in Westchester County grows and grows and grows. And I think that it would behoove us to take a positive step to try and make that happen. And waiving the recreation fee. So if you have a 20 unit building that you want to build, and it's all affordable, this isn't the 10%, this is all affordable. You know, that's $170,000 that saves you. Well, it isn't going to build the building. It's an enticement. And the problem with building around here is that the land's just so darn expensive. And there's very few opportunities. So I think, you know, use a carrot in this situation if this is really a public policy issue that we want to promote.
And I hear you. I think we also have to be mindful that part of the problem also sometimes is many areas that are too crowded, overloaded with multifamily, you know, kind of more heavy intense, have lesser recreation opportunities. That happens. I had early cases in the city where the ratio is very low. And so actually it helps the development, and but it also becomes an onerous activity for the village. We would have to be very mindful of that and incorporate it in our planning process as it moves on. And we heard the debate today on Stanley and well, just that area, actually the park.
Columbus Park.
Columbus, yes, and so it is an issue that's larger. So on the one hand, it does help them. On the other hand, it really becomes that we have to actually couple that with additional help, because we need to be mindful of that ratio between people and open space and recreation. So actually an issue for planning. So if we do this, we also have to actually increase those concerns to be able to attack them early on, not to wait until it's too late.
You know, I was on the board when we passed the recreation fee. I actually thought it was my idea. And I can tell you what, since we passed it, the village hasn't, you know, added 1 acre of parkland. You know, so, you know, and we're not using it the way it was supposed to be used. So I think, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but we have to be mindful too that it's not just bringing extra people in. A lot of the people that are going to be inhabiting, and if you look at affordable housing over the years, the people, you know, everybody's always afraid, oh, people are going to come here from here and come here. It's mostly people from the area that buy that housing or that live in that housing. And so, you know, sometimes it's just moving people around from less desirable housing to more desirable housing. And I mean, I can tell you from personal experience, that's what happened to our family, my family, in the early 1960s. They built a big affordable housing development that displaced where we lived. We moved to another place for a few years. They built it, and because we were displaced, we moved back in to what were lovely apartments, the Penn South houses, from 23rd Street to 28th Street between 8th and 9th Avenue, which is probably one of the most successful affordable developments the city ever did. And it was built by the International Garment Workers Union. So, I mean, I don't want to be the perfect, the enemy of the good. You know, I really, truly, deep in my heart, believe in affordable housing. I think it has a positive impact on people's lives. You know, we talked about trying to get more done, and I think that this is at least a step in that direction. And while we should be mindful of the recreational opportunities for everybody, you know, we also need to be able to have, you know, decent housing for everybody. I think part of what we're seeing with people getting sick from COVID, especially at this juncture, as the disease has progressed, is it's, you know, people who are living in substandard housing on top of each other. And, you know, this would help alleviate that problem.
So just to be clear, I think I was not arguing any different. I was actually supplementing the proposal because it carries kind of a two obligations. If you do this, then you really have to be mindful. It becomes also a consideration in the approval, in the planning as we move along. You've seen that, as you say today. Now you when you see, you know, well, tennis court, just a tennis court in Florence Park. You know, anything that closes or anything that people now are sharing, you know, cherish our parks, our streets, everything so much that, and we realize how much certain areas of the village would benefit from a little more. So that's actually, I think the two things go together, and we can add that as we move along to planning issues very soon again.
Okay, so you're in support of this, Victor? Right?
How else can I've said it like 3 times.
Well, I'm not really sure. To say the truth.
Pass it on to others.
The issue is there are at least three tiers of affordable housing. And if you're waiving the fees, all the fees for the highest tier, I'm not sure we're accomplishing what a lot of us believe is the real critical need for this village. So, you know, I would be supportive of it, but at the lower tier.
So you're talking about Dan, you're talking about the higher AMI, like you're supporting it for the affordable. And I think this is different in that it's just for housing that is 100% affordable.
I understand that, but the issue is 100% of what? And if you're at the 50% AMI,
we have handled this before on just this issue. And what was explained to us by Mr. Cutler was that when you have an all affordable development, you have a greater mix from 80% down. That all affordables have the ability to reach down to 50% to 40%. So that's why this was aimed at that.
But when we asked how much was at the lower tier, we got a very nominal number. I don't remember what it was. And the issue is that's the area that we have the strongest need, and yet would get the lowest return. And yes, it would be something, but it's not. It's a drop in the bucket. So if we were to say, just let me finish.
That wasn't going to help anything.
Let me finish.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
If we were to say, we're 100% affordable housing and 50% was at the lowest tier, that would give us a real incentive. That you're waiving significant fees to get something of value of what we've been all trying to get.
So how do you find the lowest? How do you define the lowest tier, Dan? What is the lowest tier to you?
I don't remember if it was 15% or 20. I don't have the numbers in front of me. Greg had done that, but we can get that information.
So Dan, are you saying, let's say there's 10 units and 2 of them are at 80%, but the others are at like 60 or 40. that we waive the fee, not for the ones that are at 80%, but about the other 8 units.
No, I'm saying it the other way around. Let's, if you have, what'd you say, 20 units? Or I don't know how many
10
units.
or 20, I mean, there's going to be a mix. There's going to be some at 80.
Let's assume they're 20 units, 60 units. I don't care what I'm saying is if 50% of those 100% of the units, so if it's 20 units, it's 10, if it's 60 units, it's 30, is at the lowest tier of affordable housing, then I'm in favor of waiving the fees. That gives it a real incentive not only to have affordable housing, but real affordable housing.
So I don't think we're going to get to the 50%. I mean, there might be some mixture where, you know, we don't waive the entire recreation fee for the portion that's like at the 80%, but I don't think you ever get to a building that is at the 50%. They have the 80, they have the 60, they have the 40 to try and make the numbers work. But there's got to be some of the higher AMI units to offset the lower ones and grants and other things.
So I drew the line at 50%.
No, I see where Nora's going, and I think she's got a point. We could do something like, all right, it's $8,500 now, you know, and if you're building an all affordable, because the part of having an all affordable and having these graduated, you know, 80, 40, 60, is so you have a mix of people too, right? You don't want to have everybody at 40%. You want to have some sort of a mix. So we could do something like, okay, if you're for the 80% apartments, it's a 50% reduction. For the 60% apartments, it's 75% reduction. For the 40% apartments, you get a total deduction. So there's a benefit.
I'm lost. I have no idea what you're asking for. It be interpreted two different ways that are very distinct.
Do the rest of you understand what I'm trying to get at?
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
I think so. That basically you get it's graduated, so you get a more significant abatement in the recreation fee for the deeper the affordability per unit. So it incentivizes people to create the more deeply affordable units.
But you get it in a total, right? You get in total you get a benefit for building all affordable. So
Yes.
you're gonna get encourage all affordable, and then have the graduated so that you get the biggest bounce for having the
right.
So you're giving abatement even though it's not all 100% affordable.
No, not at all. Then I'm going to say this. Okay.
That's why I asked you what you were asking.
In an envelope of an all affordable building, okay, in that envelope, let's just say at the 80% level, you give a 50% reduction of the recreation fees. At the 60% level, you give a 75% reduction of the recreation fees. At a 40% level, you waive the recreation fees.
Well, I think the concept is fine. I think the ratios that you're doing don't really push everybody to the 40%.
Yeah, but we don't want to push everybody to the 40%. We want to mix in those buildings. When
I understand that, but you want to give the greatest incentive.
They can't make money. They can't run the building on the 40%. It doesn't work. That's been explained to us over and over.
I mean, I think that we may not have the details right, but I think we're on a better approach. I mean, I think that we need to think about, nobody's going to build a building that's 100% affordable at 40% unless
no, they're not.
There's somebody making a huge donation to this. So I think that if we can figure out a reasonable, I mean, we may need to talk to affordable housing developers to get these numbers right, because we're not developers and we're not crunching the numbers. But I think that if we have it graduated, it gives more incentive for more affordable units. It helps to build 100% affordable, and it also is maybe fair to the other people who are going to have to pay the recreation fee.
Okay. So why don't we do this? Why don't we leave this on the agenda? I'll reach out to Washingtonville people, which is not Washington, the West Head people. And I know another developer of affordable housing, and see if they'd like to weigh in on it.
And while we're doing that, can we also figure out how much we've collected in these recreation fees and what we've done with them? Because maybe that's, you know,
Can you do that?
Yeah.
there was a request for swings at Columbus Park. I mean, maybe we can actually use some of these fees to put some amenities in the community.
I think that's good. Yep.
I think it is.
I think if we're reaching out, we also should reach out to the Community Resource Center.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or we're gonna check on that.
Thank you.
I think the
I'll send it out to the board.
I think the fees have gone into general fund, right?
No, they're in.
No,
You're in trust account?
They're in a reserve fund.
How much is in it?
I don't know.
You had money that I could spend and you hid it from me? It's like we're married. Just want to find out how much money is there. Right, look for it. We'll go on to dogs and village parks.
we're holding it over.
We don't talk about it?
No, I think we decided to hold it over till the 22nd.
I thought that was the tree law.
Well, it's both. I mean,
Okay.
and also I think my understanding was Dogs in Village Park was going to be something we wanted the rec commission to look at again, and they may be meeting again in July. I don't know if they are. That's a Augie. I mean, the Terry would know that.
They are.
They are. So,
Hold on a second. Augie, what were you gonna say?
The recreation fees are 479,000.
Whoa.
The parking fees are 310,000.
So we have $479,000 in a recreation account?
Recreation fees as you go. Yes.
That can be
479, 499.
in a trust fund?
Chapter 342.
It's like a trust?
It's a trust account.
Okay.
The requirements for use are in the chapter. We can look at those. Okay.
Chapter 342.
Have they ever been used, or do we have to draft policy on
You
them?
have never used this before.
The
Okay.
chapter fee,
We never used it, he said. It's never been drawn out. That's outrageous.
It is.
chapter 342 refers to the state law on the money, what it can be used for capital parks projects.
I thought last time Greg said it could be used both for capital projects and for programming, because if
Yeah.
you, it can only be, yeah, it can be used for programming too.
The capital project could be putting up a swing set too.
It could be.
Yeah.
Or buying a vacant lot.
Yeah.
I don't think you buy a vacant lot around here for $479,000.
I can dream.
Maybe easements or something. There could be
Yeah.
ideas.
It's good to know.
It is.
When was that law passed? I take credit for it. Tree law, hold over. Okay, we're not doing a tree law, right, Nora?
All right, we're waiting. There, Christy and Bob have been working on it, and I think the question is to get more information about the bonding question. So hopefully it'll be ready in 2 weeks.
Is that the report now? Okay. Okay, demapping of section of East Old White Plains Road. Now, this is adjacent to St. Vito's, is that right?
Correct.
That's that little strip of land. When you come outside of St. Vito's, you walk to your right, it goes up the hill a little bit, and it dead ends by a freeway and a fence there, right?
Yep.
It's a vestige of the village before I-95.
Right.
Was it given to us by the Thruway Authority or?
No, that was an old road. I think it was the, I think Trustee Lucas might know off the top of her head because she has all the old maps floating around.
Yeah.
It was a road that went basically all the way around up to, I think we're around New Street is.
Yeah.
Or maybe past that towards where
Ralph.
Ralph's is. Yeah, Ralph.
So this was when they built the freeway.
Yep,
Yep.
was taken.
And we were left with that little portion of the roadway. And, you know, to best of our records, we don't show that it was ever abandoned. And we look on maps, it still says it's a village road.
Chris, do you want to explain this to us?
I can explain what the board's responsibilities are if you would like me to do so. Dan and Jerry know the logistics a bit more. But in order to demap the roadway, what you're essentially doing is discontinuing it, and you have the authority to do so under village law. So what you have to do in order to discontinue it is you have to hold a public hearing to discuss, and you also have to determine that the road is considered useless, so that there's really no feasible use for that road. And then also you will have to make a seeker determination. So after you hold your public hearing, and I would advise talking about uselessness at the public hearing, and possibly having Ashley Lay discuss it during that hearing. But once you've established that it's useless, once it's been typed under seeker, then you can go ahead and pass a resolution to discontinue the road.
And why would we be doing all of this?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. What do you mean? Why would you be doing
20 parking spots, Dan.
You could issue parking permits for those spaces.
Issue parking permits for
So
20
you
parking,
want to turn it into a village parking lot?
Yes.
which it is right now,
Only we can't charge because we don't
because it's not.
designated a parking lot.
So it's being used for parking now. It's not being used like kids aren't playing basketball in there or something.
No.
Parking. So
Would that, hi Chrissy, this may be a legal question. If it's being used for parking now, is it useless?
You know, I mean, I think that's something that Ashley should probably comment on. She might be a better source, but I would say that it's a dead end road. It's not used for ingress or egress. It's literally just spillover parking, is my understanding coming from the Avalon. So I would probably say that it is useless. And there is a useless standard that I've included in the memo. So let me take a look.
I have it here.
I apologize. I'm on one screen, so I have to bop around. But
This test has been strictly construed so that generally, if the street affords a means of ingress or egress and is used as such to any degree more than a token use, the street is not deemed to be useless.
Right.
Vernacular is defined as having or being of no use, producing no good end, answering no desired purpose. Okay. Yeah,
So,
I think that is a useless piece of property.
right. If it's just spillover parking, I think that it would qualify as useless. You know, it's a mere token use, right? It's not more than that. It's just spillover parking.
And actually, we're not changing that use because we're making it a parking lot.
True.
Yeah. And the reason we can't issue parking permits for right now is because in New York State, you can't issue parking permits on a public street without a special act of the New York State Legislature.
So we could make it resident parking, but that's all we could do.
No, we can't make a resident parking without an act of the New York State Legislature.
And we couldn't expand the existing law because the existing law identified specific streets on
Right.
which we could issue, and it wasn't included. So we'd have to actually go
Have to
back
do
to
it
the New
all
York State
over again.
Legislature. I mean, that could take a year to 2
Right.
years.
And how do you think the neighbors who are parking there now for free will take this?
There'll be a little
Um,
perturbed.
So I walk that neighborhood almost every night, and the kind of cars that are there, I don't think they would mind too much.
They might even appreciate it because they'll have more of a guaranteed spot.
Mhm.
Not a guaranteed, but
Oh. What about isn't it used on Sundays for church parking?
Yeah,
Is
so
there
we would
is-
regulate that.
So that it could be used for church parking?
Yeah, you could say the permits aren't in effect on Sundays.
I know people love parking space, and of course it's revenue, but should it all be parking? Actually, that's one of the areas that has less kind of recreation, should it be all parking? Should we open the conversation?
The layout, with the layout,
I know, it's just a,
yeah, the layout as it stands now, having a mixed use would definitely be a problem. And I could tell you that, you know, whether they're permitted or not, a lot of young children and young adults use the facilities at St. Vito's off of Ralph and Elliott. So there's some recreation back there. It's actually going on every night. There's a little bit of soccer going on. There are kids riding their bikes in the school parking lot, and there are kids playing basketball on the basketball court right in the back.
And that's, I think the French American School put all that up.
Yep, I think they did, right.
But to follow up on what Victor's getting at, I guess it doesn't make sense to turn it into green space, like just get rid of the cement and make it grass.
It's not
And
that,
everyone who could park there would have to find another, we'd be displacing 20 vehicles at that point. And putting them on the street would be even more of a situation for the community. They would go onto the side streets at that point.
Yeah.
Losing the parking may be a bigger impact than
regulated.
you know, providing recreation.
Okay.
I'm fine for this. Anybody else, you know, win-win.
probably, well, the community will weigh in, so
Yeah.
to let them hear.
Yeah, you're right.
So if I may, at the next meeting, we will have a resolution for you to schedule a public hearing. We'll also have looked into seeker a bit more as to whether this is a type 2 or an unlisted action. And then at that point, whenever you're ready to schedule the public hearing, and like I said, you may at that time want to have the village planner come to the public hearing and comment on the usefulness or uselessness of the street.
That's a good recommendation. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Okay. We'll talk coming to Washington soon. Or not. Disaster response funding. Jerry?
We're in a new budget year, Mayor, so we have to have a discussion about creating a disaster response funding account so that we can attribute some of the expenses that we continue to incur from the COVID-19 situation into this budget season. So last time we had a total of 260,000. I apologize, I don't have an update for the board on where we are. Well, I think it's right here. Year to date, we've encumbered 22,680. Augie, is that right?
Can't do right now.
Okay.
That is correct. 22,680.48.
So a majority of what we've used the disaster response funding was for cleaning. We've used it for some contracts, mostly cleaning, but also supplies, which we had to purchase instead of, those were supplies that we couldn't get from the Westchester County Emergency Operations Center. We've also had some overtime because we've been scheduling employees to go out and make sure that social distancing is being adhered to and that the businesses weren't prematurely opening up. We will continue some of that now that we're only in phase 2 as of tomorrow, because people are taking phase 2, in my opinion, as we're wide open and we can do whatever we want.
Yes, they are.
So we have to continue to monitor that. So we have a little bit of an expense that we will incur in the, in this budget season.
So Jerry, just give me a favor, give me a run through of phase 2 and phase 3. Like, do we have any idea how it's gonna, what changes at phase 2?
Mr. Sarnoff will be able to provide that. I don't have it off the top of my head, but he'll pull something up real quick.
Yeah.
While he's doing that, can we include the signage that we've been spent on the signage in the disaster relief?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, that's part of it.
Okay.
all of that additional signage, Dan, has been attributed to the disaster.
No, it just wasn't mentioned, so I just wanted to make
I'm
sure.
sorry, yeah.
And Jerry, who refunds this? FEMA refunds this?
Yeah, so we would put in a request for reimbursement through FEMA, and the disaster is officially closed out, which typically a FEMA disaster is 6 months, so it would be somewhere in the early fall. We would submit all of our invoices and explain to them why we had to incur these costs based on our response for the COVID-19 situation.
Does that like happen after they say there's no more national emergency?
It typically happens when they have decided to lift the state of emergency.
Okay. Dan, did you get any information?
Yep. So when phase 2 reopens, tentatively tomorrow pending approval of the governor, the following industries can reopen subject to certain conditions. Offices at 50% capacity, real estate ventures, in-store retail, again at 50% capacity, vehicle sales and leases, rental, repair and cleaning, commercial building management, important for a lot of people, especially me, hair salons and barber shops, outdoor and takeout delivery services, and outdoor dining can resume subject to social distancing. There is a lot of guidance and a lot of caveats in this, and I would refer anyone interested to visit the state's website, forward.newyork.gov/phase-2 TWO-industries. There are several things that are still remain closed, including gyms, fitness centers, recreation, restaurant, in-person dining at restaurants. Those are phase 3 and phase 4 industries. But
what's the criteria to go to phase 3? I mean, what do we have to have?
I think it's just the continued maintenance of the metrics that have been outlined by the state. I think we're seeing positive momentum, not positive cases, positive momentum towards getting towards phase 2 and phase 3. And the Mid-Hudson region, we're about 1 week behind the rest of New York State. Most of New York State, aside from the Mid-Hudson, New York City, and Long Island, are already in phase 2. So to a certain extent, we get the benefit of seeing how they're doing. They're also kind of the guinea pigs. So certain activities are being allowed that weren't originally allowed. For instance, the outdoor dining. We know that's now part of our beginning of phase 2. That was inserted after phase 2 began upstate. Then the increased amount of attendees at events was established after that phase 2 started upstate. That's with us now. So, but it's just really continued maintenance of the metrics, which are reduced numbers of hospitalizations, reduced number of positive tests, reduced numbers of deaths.
Okay.
And maintenance of a lot of the
Wait, Mary, we can go backwards also. That's where the concern is.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Jerry?
We can get kicked back if there's a spike in all of those 3 metrics or the 7 metrics that the governor has outlined. They could push us back into phase 1. That's where the concern is. It doesn't seem like it's going that way. I want to be optimistic, but it could potentially be. We could be in phase 4 and things have opened up and seem as normal as possible. And then all of a sudden we have this spike and this region could get banged down to phase 3 or phase 2.
Okay, I think we're seeing some of that in Florida right now, right?
There's stuff going on throughout I don't keep up with it throughout the country, but there's stuff like that you hear throughout the country that's going on right now.
Yeah, there's spikes in Florida, Texas, California,
Arizona. Yep.
Arizona. If you watch the governor's press conference on a daily basis, he's sure to show the diagram which shows how New York has what is called bent the curve, while you're seeing in other states, it's spiking.
Somebody else have any questions about this?
Yes, can I come back to the numbers that Jerry was explaining? Because the resolution, I mean, the memo explains part of the story. The expense report explains the other part of the story, but it's not kind of clearly stated in the resolution or in the discussion. I want to kind of nail it down, because essentially what this should say is that whereas for the fiscal year 2019-2020, we appropriated how much?
It was
I think it's 265, right?
260 even.
260 and change, right? So that we're in a new budget, so now we would need to appropriate how much? Are you saying, we already used, you say it's encumbered is 22, but the first column actually tells you total expended is 47,000.
Right.
So what the proposal is that we appropriate from fund balance and the same amount? Or
We're requesting
difference?
No, we're requesting the same amount that we did back.
We have already used almost 50.
I think it's actually close to 90.
No, I have here 76,776, middle column. Is that what we expended?
Yeah, 76 spent, 22,6 encumbered. So it's basically 95,000 that we've spent.
Okay.
Look at the year-to-date available balance. 260 minus 165 is basically 95,000.
Okay, so then at the end of the year, that surplus that we hadn't spent goes back into the surplus.
Correct. That's correct.
That's why we have to do this again.
That's the
Right,
request.
but do we need to appropriate another amount? That's what I'm asking. Is that would we have to appropriate the same amount again?
That's what we're requesting.
Level. You're talking about the level, right, Victor?
No, the actual amount.
Yeah,
Because we already, because the other money was already appropriated and part of it was used.
Correct.
Whatever was used, then you'll go and get reimbursement. But now we have a cutoff date and we have to appropriate again. So that's why I say, why do we have to appropriate 260 again? Is that?
Victor, when we close out the year, the results of operations, the remaining balance of 165,000 will go back into fund balance. June 1st, we open up the new year.
Right.
Currently, this account has zero balance. We need to set a balance in it. We're recommending 265,000 to carry us throughout 2021.
So that's what I mean. It's a replenishment of 260.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
It's another.
Well,
So in total, it's going to be like 360 overall that we're going to be using our surplus for this.
No. We're putting 165 back in, and we're taking out 260. So in total, right now, we spent 90. I don't know how much we're going to spend in 2021.
Yeah,
If we spend the whole amount, then yes, it'd be 365,000.
So think of it this way, in the 3 months that we experienced COVID in the last fiscal year, we spent $95,000. But we were, cautious. So we
2 months.
260. So 165 went back into the savings account. Now we have a whole year where we don't know what's going to happen.
That's why I'm asking. It's a new appropriation of 260.
Yes, it is.
Right.
Okay.
To
Then
cover us through the rest of the year. And hopefully COVID doesn't spike up and that'll be more than enough.
okay.
And Jack, just one last question about the COVID thing. What's the criteria for playgrounds?
No, recreation is phase 4, I think.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's until the governor says, yes, you can reopen playgrounds.
Yeah, that may be the last thing that gets open.
And gyms are in phase 4?
Yeah.
So, yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it's recreation, fitness, recreation, and education. I believe it's phase 4.
Although it kind of doesn't make sense that day camps can open, but
It doesn't, except I suppose it's because they're outdoors.
well,
So they can open, but people are still asking for guidance and they haven't provided any guidance yet, so.
And I think most of the surrounding communities have canceled camp.
Yeah.
In the town of Mamaroneck, Rye canceled camp, Scarsdale canceled camp.
All the way up into Tarrytown and
Yeah.
Sleepy Hollow and Buchanan, they've all canceled.
Yeah, I think Dutchess County may have canceled their camps earlier than we did as well. And the
So
state
when-
hasn't,
Go ahead, you can finish, Jan.
yeah, I was saying the state hasn't even come out with guidance for sleepaway camps either. So, it's a,
Now, but if we think about phase 4 and the playgrounds and like gyms. Do we know about that guidance, whether it's, recreational equipment with social distancing still? It's not just phase 4 is free for all back to normal, is it?
No, what the state's been doing is they've been posting the guidance on the New York Forward website. They haven't posted anything yet, but I think what you'll see is just general, you have to maintain social distance. You have to separate pieces of equipment. You have to wipe them down after each person uses it. That's what I would guess, but I haven't seen anything yet.
Right. I'm just thinking that may present real challenges to us when the village opens up the playground equipment.
Yeah.
A
lot of surfaces that's touched.
Right.
Yeah. Gym's a different story. You can wipe down your equipment after each use, but who's there to wipe down the giant playground set that's in the park?
Right. So I guess my point is, as we go through the phases and we think it's becoming easier and less expensive, that's not necessarily the case.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I have been reading lately is that, the incidences of people getting COVID through services was over-reported. I mean, I don't know if they're going to change the guidance, but, it really is airborne. The old, I mean, listen, I still push elevator buttons with my pencil because, why take a chance?
Yeah.
But it really is an airborne disease. Any other questions about the?
Jerry, a related question on procurement. Is procurement normalizing as we move along, or would you now be following kind of the normal procurement policies we use?
Yeah, we were following it. I mean, the cleaning contract that we have is not our regular cleaner, but they came off of a what was that contract, Dan? Was that
it's Sourcewell?
Oh,
yeah, so we're buying a lot of stuff through Sourcewell, through state contract, through U.S. Communities. For instance, Amazon Business has the entire COVID-19 section, and we're purchasing off that through U.S. Communities. So
yeah, partly, Victor, because we're used to it, and so it's our process, and we just continue with that process.
All right.
It's
okay,
easier
good.
for us.
Good to know. Thank you. So good for regular meeting, right?
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay. Yep. I'm good.
Is that the only thing that is on the regular meeting tonight?
I think I have, let me pull up the regular meeting. I think we have the agreement on there with the town.
Yeah.
The town?
Nope, I don't have it yet. So no, it's not on there.
There's the budget for COVID and the parking stuff drop off.
That was it. And that's got to come off.
Okay. Review of public safety capital budget requests. Did people from the budget committee want to get on this?
Ellen's been here for a while.
I didn't know that. Well, why don't we, they did a lot of work on this. Okay, where are we? Who put this on the agenda? Victor, you put this on the agenda?
It's actually, yes, a combination of my initiative with Jerry. My initiative came from a meeting in fire council where they would like to have, the board identify, the board, of course, with the manager, identify what are the capital purchases that they can move forward with. They have been working since last year on the fire engine, on the engine 40, and there was a car for the fire chief, and there's like 5 items. So that's when I said we'll bring it back so that we just clarify what are the priorities and how they should proceed. I did have a follow-up with them. They have some specifics on the engine, and we can make them be available or come on present if the board wants to do that. I think you need to go through priorities. I think today we can just identify with which areas. Actually, when I brought it, then I think Jerry said, okay, let's revisit this. Let's start with public safety.
Yeah.
So that's why we're here.
Okay. So we're going to fire department capital budget submission. Now, I noticed in that plan that I think they worked out with Rich Slingland, they were talking about buying a fire truck in 2021. Is that correct?
Right, but that's why I said, I think we should, they are not available. I think if we're gonna talk about this, maybe they should be, we can wait 2 weeks and let them present. That's why I think the chief probably would want to know that we at least gave, it was too short notice. This was just on Friday we were exchanging. So I think in order to have a full discussion with the fire department, I think the chief should be made available, or Assistant Chief Acosta, and they have a subgroup working on this on a permanent basis. So I think they are the best ones prepared to tell us how this has been working in the past years.
Now, is that subgroup just working on the fire truck or also on the chief's car? Because I know that they usually form a committee with every fire truck.
That is the number one request I have. So we can talk about, but I think then have the chief, we want to then discuss his other items as well. We have a specific request for the fire engine, and then the other items all together. So I think we should just have a full discussion of the fire department, hopefully at the next meeting.
Well, why don't we make sure they're invited,
Okay.
and we'll have a good time with them. Well, while we're on this, pardon me.
It's 5 items.
Let me look at this. We're talking about what about the police capital budget? Is it all just cars?
No, there were other items. I'll pull it up now.
I'm pulling up too, because as long as we're doing public safety.
Yeah, I think the biggest one, they had the communications desk in there, I believe.
Correct. That's right. That was the big one.
Yeah.
What do you mean, they want a new communications desk?
Yeah,
No, I think the
911.
existing one has reached or passed its useful life.
They're not cheap. I did that.
I think
it was like $70,000 or something.
Yeah, but then invariably it doesn't fit where it used to fit. What the cars? What's being covered by the grant from Assemblyman Otis?
It was 3 police vehicles, 1 hybrid, 2 gas powered.
And what about in the fire department?
It was turnout gear, pagers. Now I can remember. You look at that email I sent. Turnout gear, pagers. Yeah, I can't remember the Scott bottles. Scott bottles. I think it was the 30-minute bottles. I think the systems cost about $1,000 a piece, give or take.
So the fire department prioritized. Priority 1 is fire chief's car, 2241. Priority 2 is engine 40. Priority 3 is shallow water rescue boats. And then priority 4 is a heavy duty pickup. Priority 5 is station 1 apron boiler, no price. And then priority 6 is replace of utility 9, which I believe is at volunteers. Maybe I'm wrong with that. I'm not sure.
You're correct. Yeah, it's at volunteers. We have a member of volunteers sitting right here tonight.
That was fire's request for our budget for the current budget season. Police, we had priority 1, vehicles. Priority 2 was Motorola APX 4000 radios, $23,000 item. And then priority 3 were tasers, but that was purchased in last budget. And then speed signs and variable message signs, priority 4 together. where we'd be purchasing additional speed signs, and then we'd be purchasing the variable message signs for all the information we want to provide the public.
Jerry, in terms of the budget, right? If we, let's say we bought a 1.5 million in equipment.
1.5, did you say 1.5 in equipment?
Yeah, so we wouldn't have to start paying for that until 2022, right? Because you say you bond it, right? It doesn't hit your budget until 2022.
Correct, but we have that schedule, may I speak?
Yes, yeah.
We have that capital schedule that we put together, so we ideally try to bond new money once those payments are completed. So right now, currently, we're paying off engine 42. Engine 42 should come off that list this year, and we'll have those principal and interest available to purchase something new. I'll do an analysis
Okay,
in
so
2 weeks.
right, but this is what I'm saying. All right, you pay off that engine this year. Right now, you don't get these things aren't sitting on a shelf somewhere. You got to have them made. You got to have them.
Yeah, it takes a while.
But by the time you get it, that engine's paid off, and then you do the bonding for that engine, right?
That's correct.
So what I'm saying is that there won't be interlocking. There'll be
separate, but the way we're going to do the financing is that when we don't have a truck, as opposed to abolishing those payments, we'll transfer those payments into capital to reserve the funds put in your truck.
Right. So my point kind of, it's not going to have a huge bang on the impact.
It should have a zero impact.
If Ellen's been waiting, if she wants to say something, please.
Yeah, because I think. There she is, because the larger issue.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Hi, thank you for waiting.
Since 4 o'clock. Oh, but you guys have been working the whole time. I've been playing games, so I'm not going to complain. The only thing that I would say, and I took a quick look at the equipment replacement plan that Rich Slingerland put together in 2012. Maybe that's something that should be revisited. And we should take a look at how much equipment we have and do we really need it? And in going through the capital request forms that Jerry had all the departments submit, the heavy duty pickup truck is so they could haul the shallow water rescue boats. Well, if we don't get the rescue boats, then we shouldn't be getting the pickup truck. But I still question why we need so much more equipment than our neighboring communities. And I would just ask the chief to explain that, rationalize it. You know, I'm not saying a flat out no, but right. Is this something we really need to do, or can we defer things?
What about on the shallow water rescue boats? That's also in our multi-hazard mitigation plan. It's been there since we adopted our first plan back in 2012. And we're trying to get grants for it, but that was obviously to effectuate rescues in areas like Washingtonville, places that are inundated with floodwaters where there's just enough floodwaters to float a boat, but not for anything that's going to have its hull scratched or damaged by a roadway.
All right.
Anything else, Ellen?
No, that's it. Thank you
very much. I'm sorry you had to wait so long.
No, that's all right.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And actually, I think it's worth, I try to find their memo, but it's worth revisiting the memo from the budget committee, which was on the same topic that was just discussed just before she came on board, which is that the village has a certain capacity, right? I think it's 8 million. So as we move along, we do have to have that follow very strictly that criteria that was laid out, the color coded with the priority. It's kind of those two things together, right? The combination of what must be done, and that's where you can have some adjustments, because just the sewer repairs would take would take the whole chunk of 8 million, and actually it was like 12, according to the discussion with Hernani, and that would just eliminate any possibility So that can be broken down at least in a third, I guess, to open up some discussion on replacement of equipment. And that's, once we have those numbers, we can then run down the list.
Yeah, you know what I think we need to? I think that's a good point, Victor, but I think what we need to is, and Augie, you could help us with this, is a schedule of when debt retires.
I'll have that to you next.
Yeah, so we can have some idea.
Absolutely.
The firehouse was what? That's gotta be like, it was 25.
15, 16 years, it's 20 years, 25 years.
It's a 25-year bond? Because that was a big one. Oh, well, what are you gonna do? All right, anybody else have any more questions on this?
Just a couple. I mean, really one. We had set up to do this review for the capital budget on March 10th, and it got canceled. So either we should keep this going on our agenda every other week, or maybe we want to set up a separate meeting to just do these capital budget items.
I'd rather do it on, I mean, I think we could do it here. Like, let's do the fire department next week, and then maybe we'll do the police department the week after. You know what I mean? Just roll it in. Hopefully it wouldn't take more than 20 minutes. Do it
But I just think we need to keep doing it.
Yeah, because you couldn't do it in one meeting because you got to bring all these guys in, right?
Well, it's easier on Zoom, right?
Yeah.
They can stay home.
I agree with you. I'm interested in hearing what the fire department has to say. I know they put a lot of work in their trucks, and they're important pieces of equipment.
Well, and every department put a lot of work into their capital budget plan. So I think it's, we really.
No, I understand. I'm just saying what I'm talking about is that, when Parks, let's just say when DPW orders a truck, Tony picks out the truck and says, "Hey, this is the truck I want." When the fire department does it, they have a committee and they go through different. I mean, I'm just saying it's a bigger. Yeah. It's a bigger project.
It's a bigger truck too, right?
It's a very important truck, and it's very expensive to buy. It's very expensive to repair, and it's very expensive to maintain.
Yeah.
So they got to make the choices wisely, and they always do. All right. Anybody else on this issue? No? Okay. Intermunicipal agreement with the town of Mamaroneck, sewer camera truck. Barry?
Mayor, several months ago, I had presented a shared services opportunity with the town of Mamaroneck to the board, where we would be purchasing with them at a 50% split, a sewer camera truck outfitted to be able to do the camera work within our sewer systems, our sanitary sewer, and also our storm sewer. We worked out with the engineer and the department head of public works and the town of Mamaroneck representatives, the specs on the vehicle, as well as the process. The process that we would work with is to have to pay the hourly expenses of the town of Mamaroneck employees to come to the village and operate the equipment. We thought and we agreed that since they would be trained and operating the equipment, we wouldn't have a learning curve or concern on our end training additional employees. So we have this intermunicipal agreement that Administrator Altieri wrote up for us, which we made just a few minor changes, but the equipment would cost the village, we would be reimbursing the town $84,350. And we would have, of course, obligation to pay 50% of whatever operating or labor cost or maintenance cost incurred. It's actually maintenance cost. The labor cost we would be paying 100% of. So 2 employees with the vehicle, we would pay $132 per hour for the employees to come to the village and provide or operate the camera equipment, I should say, operate the camera equipment.
Okay, I just want to point out, that's only when they're in the village.
Only when they're in the village, yep. And they would be operating the equipment, which we own half of, They would be specially trained on that, and as they continue to use it, they'll become experts on it. So that helps us.
And when, I'm sorry, Jerry, and when the truck is working in the town, then that labor cost is not borne by us in
Correct.
any.
They
Correct.
pay for that.
Thanks.
They pay for that. It's their sewer
Yep.
foreman and operator.
Yep.
I did ask about the 5% cost. Basically, let's call it an administrative cost for the town's overhead. Steve Altieri said that it's the cost that he believes would cover the managing and cataloging of the sewer data. So the camera is operated, it gets the video, and then they have to provide us reports. The CMOM program and other entities would like or need reports. So the camera equipment provides the video, but then the reports need to be cataloged and interpreted so that we can get it in a report form, just like as if we hired an outside company or an outside contractor to do it. So that's the explanation on the 5% overhead for the costs.
Okay.
I still think that's pretty steep. I don't know what the costs are, but something doesn't sound right.
So
Who do they send this to somebody else to do, or they do this themselves?
They do it. Everything would be done in-house. It would be done, the operation of the equipment and the cataloging and managing of the data and the reports that were sent to us would all be done in-house by their staff.
And it's all done by those two people?
Two people plus whatever administrative structure. I don't have full knowledge of their administrative structure.
And also, it's I'm sure when I say maintenance costs, if the truck needs an oil change, or if the truck needs tires rotated, they put in the town yard and probably bills to half that cost.
That goes into the maintenance. That's not the 5%.
No, it's 5% is on the maintenance too.
No, it's not.
Since the last statement, 5% of the sum. Yes, it is, Dan. Annually, the town shall deliver to the village a statement showing 50% of labor costs, operating costs, and maintenance costs incurred since the last statement was submitted. 5% of the sum of these costs will be added to the statement to account for the town's overhead. So it is.
What I'm trying to say is, if the cataloging is something different, the rest of it is they have to do regardless of who owns the truck. We're paying 50% of the salaries.
Now,
they fill the timesheet. Something
we pay 100% of the salary. We pay 100% of the salary while they're working in the village. The operating costs and the maintenance costs, we'd pay 50%.
So that's already covered.
Yeah.
That's what. So the 5% is, I don't know, just sounds high for what allegedly we might be getting for it. And I think that's, I don't mind paying 50%. I don't mind paying 50% of the cost if they're working 50% of the time for us. But they're not going to, from what the way it's structured is, they may not be spending 50% of the time with the village. What's the understanding?
Are you asking about the 5% or the 50%?
No, let's assume the 100% of the time that the truck is going to be in use. Okay, is 50% of the time allocated to the village, or just when we want it?
No, a little bit less than 50%.
Okay, so they're already getting a goose, if you will.
Mm-hmm. It was set up in the first page, or second page, I'm sorry.
How much time it goes? Rental?
A third and no more than 2/5 of the time the equipment is being used in the inspections of sewers in the village. Annually, the town will devote approximately 1/3, but no more than 2/5 of the time when the equipment is being used in the inspection of the sewers. And that was based on estimates that our engineer provided of the number of linear feet that we would be, we would want to do.
I understand. So basically they're getting a 10% ride or gift and then charging 5% on top of that. I think the 5% is wrong.
Do you want them to calculate the actual
No,
overhead cost?
Jerry,
Yeah.
you have 100% of the costs
Mhm.
for the operation and 100, and maintenance. We're paying 50% of the maintenance.
Yes, we are.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. So we're paying 100% of the time that they're working in the village, but that's only somewhere between a third and 40%.
Mhm.
So they're getting a minimum of a 10% cushion, if you will, on the maintenance.
Mhm.
We're paying 50% and we're only getting less than 50% usage. And then they're adding 5% on top of that, which should be included. What I'm trying to say is I think the 5% is not a fair approach. It would be if you were saying that we were 50-50 all the way, but you're not.
So,
Jeff, let me ask you a question.
yeah.
Can we get some sort of a guesstimate on what that 5% will actually relate to? I mean, if we're talking $500, okay, but if we're talking 20, you know what I mean?
Sure.
5%, an estimate of what it's actually going to be.
Yeah, I mean, this is still in draft form, and the reason it's not on the regular meeting is because obviously the board has to talk about it and get, realize a comfort level with it.
Yeah, I want to know, what in actuality that 5%, would actually cost us every year.
Okay. I can ask Steve to work up a.
If we're arguing about $500, it isn't worth it. If we're arguing about $25,000, it's worth it. That's fine with everybody. Anybody else have any questions or concerns?
I think it's good to know what this 5% of. My concern is that it is going to be a fairly sizable amount because it's labor. It's 5% of labor maintenance. It's some expensive items that we're taking 5% of. But I want to add on a positive note that this truck is something that we've been talking about with the Flood Commission for as long as I've been sitting as liaison. So as long as I've been trustee. And they are really excited about this. This is going to be a huge boon to them in figuring out, particularly in the industrial area, which has been the subject of heated discussions. If we have a clogged sewer line, if we have a clogged stormwater, if it's a piece of styrofoam, the way we saw it in one huge rain squall, or if it's something more serious, if there's a crack in the line, this is really important to them. And it's just vital in terms of getting a handle on what's causing flooding and how we can remediate. So this is a big deal for the flood committee and I think for the village.
Yeah, and when sanitary sewer overflows, it goes right into the storm system. It goes right into Long Island South. But it's also an environmental boon without being just a flooding boon. Anybody else have any more questions on this?
And we've also been talking about the little boat that the fire department has been using since I was at the flooding committee and since 2004.
Yeah.
So things get kind of.
Yeah. Rotor-rooted it, man. Well, we got 3 minutes, so I suggest we leave the other 3 items and everybody do what they have to do before the next meeting starts. Motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, guys, I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Same Zoom, right? It's the same Zoom.
Same Zoom. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
we're not leaving.
Continue some of the routine. There are monkey bars and a rock climbing wall.
Hello.
Hi, Senator.
Hi, Dan. How are you?
I am super duper up expialidocious. And you?
Wow, that's pretty strong. I have some notes here. Oh, my printer is making so much noise.
The board took a 2-minute break.
No problem. No problem.
So people can get safe first.
Hi, Bob.
Hello, Shelley. How are you?
How are you doing?
Senator, good. I'm good, thanks. And you?
I'm good.
Yeah.
A little crazy up here in the Albany world, but
Oh, are you in Albany?
yes.
Oh, are you in session?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay.
I didn't know that when I said I wanted to do this, but it's okay.
But it makes it easy, right? You don't have to drive back for this.
Yeah, no, I didn't have to drive back. That's the kind of thing George used to do.
Yeah. He's crazy.
Yes, I know. I love him dearly, but he is crazy.
Yep. Ugh.
Well, Steve drives back and forth, right?
Well, Steve does, but I think today maybe he's staying.
Yeah, he's crazy too doing that. That's a
We're
long
all
ride
here.
every day.
We're voting on the bills, so it's a big deal here.
Oh, what are you doing today?
Here? Yeah, we just did a ban on chokehold and
Oh, good.
we're doing, a lot of these police bills, mostly.
Well, thank you.
Thanks, Nora.
We
How are you?
appreciate it. Good, good,
Good.
good.
Good to see you, Senator.
Nice to see you.
We'd like to see people in person, but this is better than nothing.
It is. We're getting used to it, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
It's true.
We are.
By the time this is over, we'll all be good at Zooming.
Yeah.
I still make mistakes when I set the calls up.
It's easy to make mistakes.
Yes, it is.
We can be forgiven.
We got the whole gang here?
I think they just turned the cameras on.
Agostino. Give me 1 second.
Second.
The agenda. All right, good stuff.
Thanks for coming tonight, Shelley.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody ready? We're on live. Good evening, and welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck, June 8th, 2020, regular session of the Board of Trustees. We just came out of work session. If you will join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance
To the
to
flag
the flag of the United States of America and to the
Republic,
republic for which it stands,
one
nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
thank you all. Welcome. I need a motion to open this meeting.
So move.
Second.
Call the roll. No, Augie, all in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Presentation by our friend, Shelley Mayer. Shelley, thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate it. We want to hear what's going on in the Capitol. I know it's been a busy year for you. It's been a busy year for all of us. It's been
Yes.
long, strange 10 years in the past 3 months. So Shelley, please tell us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the board and to everyone for allowing me to come by briefly. When I first asked to do this, I did not know we would be in Albany today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, voting on a package of reforms to the way our police and our criminal justice system works. So I'm here in Albany. We did some today. But first of all, let me thank you for all the work you've done for the last several months. I mean, I certainly have talked to the mayor and some members of the board. All of us in government, I try to explain to people, I don't think we've ever worked harder than we did over the last few months, really trying to serve people on the ground. And I know I spent 2 months, 5 people on my staff working full time to help people get unemployment. It was nothing but a challenge.
Yeah.
The system was, frankly, although it wasn't up to the task, even then it wasn't good enough. And so many of our neighbors and folks from the Village of Mamaroneck, and in fact, the whole district, lost their jobs in a day. And as I found, and I think you would agree, that if they made about $60,000 a year or less, they really did not have the ability to last 2 months without income. And so we got to a stage of desperation. And I was very aggressive on their behalf. We helped over 700 people during that period, together with also providing food and outreach to the communities that were hardest hit throughout our communities. So I want to thank you for being partners in that. Also, I worked with a lot of our small businesses on the PPP on the first go round, where PPA, they were looking for the assistance, which so many of them didn't get. They did better on the second bill. But it really has been a very challenging and trying time. And I appreciate the opportunity to work so collaboratively with the village, and in fact, all of the municipalities. At the same time, of course, I'm terribly worried about the fiscal impact on the state of New York, certainly on education as the chair of the Senate Education Committee, the potential of a 20% cut in schools, which the governor held out, on top of the fact that we enacted a budget that already was as lean as it could be. So I've been working to press our congressional and senatorial colleagues to make sure that whatever bill they pass does the best it can, both for the state in unallocated money, directly to towns, villages, and cities, on money for you to decide to spend, not to go through the state, and thirdly, for education. The bill that the House passed would do well for all of us, but now we need the Senate to pass it and the president to sign it. But without it, I'm terribly worried that the governor has the authority and could cut substantially. In fact, we gave the governor the power 3 times during the course of the year to enact cuts in response to declining revenues as agreed to by the Division of Budget and the Comptroller's Office. That first time period has elapsed. He's held off actually making the cuts, I think, in order to keep the pressure on Washington to say how desperately we need these revenues. The loss of income tax and sales tax and every other source of revenue poses a tremendous challenge to the state. So we were back here a week ago, 2 weeks ago, passing a number of COVID-related bills. The basic premise of that legislation was everything had to be about COVID and nothing could cost money. And we were able to enact some important pieces of legislation. Today, we're here as a part of a 3-day stretch to do some of the important bills that have come out after the demonstrations and the terrible killing in Minneapolis. And we are changing real seriously a number of the laws that govern police behavior. I've been a longstanding supporter of the police departments throughout Westchester, certainly in my home in Yonkers and throughout the county. I have met with the police unions and the Association of Police Chiefs. They disagree with some of the things we are doing. I respect their disagreement, but I believe the time is now. We have to act. And the changes to some of these things are long overdue. We just, in my opinion, as someone who supported these bills, these laws, they really did not breed trust and the kind of belief that we need to have with our police department. So I intend to vote yes on the bills before us. And I recognize that there are those may disagree with me, but I believe this is the moment in time we have to step up and change New York policies to ensure that we improve the relationships between our law enforcement, the majority of whom are so excellent, and our communities of color. We just have a very substantial problem, and I think we're doing the right thing. So I just want to put that out there because I've been very upfront about my positions on, I have changed my position on 50A and I intend to vote for the bill. I want to talk a little briefly about some of the things the governor has been doing. As you know, we gave him this extraordinary power. Some say too much. At the time, you know, it seemed like the right thing to do given we were going into this pandemic. And I think overall he's exercised it very wisely, even though I've not agreed with everything he's done. But we needed someone who was decisive and make decisions and get us to the other side of the health crisis. And I think he has done that. Every day we learn something new. And the best part is today, Westchester is clarified will be in phase 2 starting tomorrow. That means many more things will be able to open, at least partially. And I think it's a great development for Westchester, certainly retail, which we had before, but now we're going to be able to have outdoor food. Hair salons, very important to me. I waited a long time. I'm looking forward to that. Obviously, all with a lot of reservations and rules imposed to protect health. Today, the governor did release something that I've been working on for a long time, is revisions on the outdoor recreation. They expanded the list of what is acceptable under phase 2, and there may be some in Mamaroneck that fit within this category, but there's numbers throughout our district. Things that outdoor low-risk recreational activities are now described beyond tennis, golf, and some boating now includes racket games, shuffleboard, aerial rope courses, batting cages, shooting ranges, and swim class and swim instruction, provided there are social distancing and cleaning disinfectant measures in place. So that is a significant enhancement for certainly many of the activities in Mamaroneck and elsewhere. Obviously, marinas and boatyards were in, but I was pushing very hard at that, and I'm pleased that that happened. The other thing he announced today, a 90-day extension on deadline to file applications for tax abatements, and they ended the 50% limit on local governments in phase 2. So you can, assuming you can meet the safety guidelines, you can have more people in the office of local governments, but many of these things have to be worked out on the details with the group that George created, that George is participating in, the work group. But these are good signs that we are moving forward, and I look forward to working with any business, as I am with a number of Mamaroneck, that want to try to get into phase 2 that are currently scheduled to be in phase 4. There may be things that people can do, and we're willing to press the governor's office for exceptions, and that's what we've been doing. So I think, if it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, let me just see there. I think there was one other thing I wanted to say. The expansion of testing. There's now really a great opportunity for many people to be tested. There's no longer really a prerequisite. And I think the testing, both the diagnostic and the antibody tests, are very helpful in driving down the incidence in our communities. Also, I know that myself, along with my other colleagues in the Senate and the Assembly, have hand sanitizer, both large and small, that we are getting out to community groups and making sure that everyone who needs to have it has it. And lastly, I want to say, because of the Community Resource Center and the large Hispanic community in Mamaroneck, that I've been working collaboratively with about 10 of the groups in my district that predominantly serve communities of Spanish speakers who have been extremely hard hit, to make sure that we coordinate well with food, with other kinds of guidance. Sometimes they're not eligible for unemployment, so they need other assistance. And I've made it a priority to make sure that we are speaking with them and speaking for them to the governor's office, because, as you know, and have been so supportive there, this community is very much part of our community. And yet, for those who are not eligible for unemployment, this has absolutely sort of been a terrible, terrible burden to get through, coupled with higher incidence of the disease. So I'm going to stop there. I'm a little all over the map, but that's sort of a feeling of what we've been doing in my office, and my staff has been fantastic and working extremely hard to be on the ground and serve as many people as we can.
Thank you very much, Shelley. I appreciate it. The state relies a lot on income tax revenue, which
yes,
villages don't have. How has that been coming in?
Well, here's the problem. When the federal government at the beginning of the virus moved the April 15th date 3 months back, the state did the same. So they could no longer project exactly what they were going to get in at their usual tax date. And therefore, that's one of the reasons they are so cash poor. And in fact, they are holding on to cash for some municipalities that was due to be paid out. And I'm very concerned about that. So they've projected about a $12 billion deficit. And I think our concern is, even if we get federal money, we're not going to get enough.
Yes.
So I did put, as someone who was not in favor of increasing income taxes, based on my experience in the coronavirus, where I really saw a sort of not a shared sacrifice at the high end, because people did have enough to eat and pay their mortgage and stuff. I proposed a 2-year bill of increasing the tax rates by about 2% for those making $5 million or more for a 2-year period, 85% of which to go to K through 12 public education, 15% to SUNY and CUNY. We haven't really moved on these issues until we know what the feds are doing, but I think it's clear that we're going to have to do more than just rely on the federal government at best to help us through this hole.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else have questions for the Senator?
Questions? I'm looking, I don't see anyone.
No.
No.
Thank you.
It's a tough time to be an elected official. It's a tough time to be in Albany, I'm sure.
Well, I happen to feel like sometimes you have to do the right thing, and it's not always the most popular thing. I would say, just on this criminal justice issues, there is an incredibly energized group of people from our district, and certainly all the Sound Shore, I've never had more emails in support of this reform agenda, including all the other issues, including as chair of education, that I've had on this issue. So, and that's all from our district. There is a movement out there, and young people are driving it, and they are prepared to make their voices heard. So,
yeah, I think you're right. I think it feels different. It feels like you're walking the road.
yes, and I do want to clarify, as someone who's had a long-standing relationship with law enforcement, the vast majority of our officers in Westchester, and in fact throughout the state, are people of the highest professionalism and integrity. But we have a structural problem we need to fix, and so we're trying to do that.
And you know what?
Kelly, thank you very much for all of your hard work.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan. That's very nice of you.
You know, and just to point out what you're saying about law enforcement, listen, there obviously are issues that need to be addressed, but that's almost a symptom of what's gone on for hundreds and hundreds of years that we haven't addressed, right? So, I mean, if there was a more fair education system, if there was more income inequality, a lot of these problems, wouldn't just go away, but they'd be easier to deal with.
Yeah, we put a lot on our law enforcement to solve a lot of other problems that are bigger than them. I agree, but you got to make policy changes. That's what you do. You've made some tough decisions there, and
I appreciate it.
So thank you for your indulgence. And I'm sure I saw your agenda. You have a real agenda that is more substantive than what I had to say. So good luck on that. Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you all. Don't hesitate to call me if I can help in any way.
Thanks. I will.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Now back to the regular agenda. First item on the agenda is communication to the board, round one. Limit of 5 minutes per customer. Mr. Teekert, looks like it's first. Whose hand is it?
Glenn is first.
Glenn's first, all right. Hey, Glenn.
Glenn, put on your mic, please.
Hi,
Glenn
Glenn.
Tippett, 506 Hill Street. Good evening. I was watching your work session, and once again, you were talking about the waiving of recreation fees in order to try to enhance affordable housing in the village. Unfortunately, as well intended as it is, it's not going to do a thing at this point. Unfortunately, the actions of the board with the restrictions that they have put in over the last 2 years into our building codes is going to make it virtually impossible for any affordable housing to actually be built in this village. You have very, very few things before the planning board or board of appeals. And the 3 projects that are currently there one has to see if it's encumbered by the 50-foot setback that you put in, and 2 have to see if they're encumbered by the multiple dwelling laws. Those are the only projects that you have being built in this entire village before boards. And even if every one of them came through, you'd be talking about 3 affordable units, probably more at the 80% level. Unless this board decides to open up the entire village. And this is one of the Black Lives Matters. This is one of the problems that you are having, is that you have become so restrictive with where you can build. You've made it where developers cannot afford to build housing for your working class here in the village of Mamaroneck. And nothing that you've done in the last 2 years have helped people making probably under $80,000 a year. In fact, you've even made the situation worse, because if somebody does redevelop a property, in some cases, it has to be less height, more parking, more setback, where you might actually take down a building and put less units in to make it more affordable, because the more units you put in, you have to put affordable units, and you're very restricted with height, size, setback, parking, and all the rest that goes with it. So you might actually be seeing, and restricted to where you can build in the village, that you might actually see the few middle-class units that are left be replaced by units that cost more, with a couple of affordable housing units put in there by law. What you actually need to do is start to think outside of the box, and not even rentals, co-ops. Is there some way that you can have a larger project somewhere in the village where you could have market price co-ops and then a mini co-op, like a 1-bedroom apartment type of thing, where it's for your 55-year-olds, or it's your starter unit for somebody who's single in the village? It's the only way possible that you're ever going to start to deal with the affordable housing. Because single family housing, even now you see that they want to close the Waverly Avenue Bridge, that neighborhood over there. Why? Because if you close that Waverly Avenue Bridge, that whole neighborhood, they know the prices would go up another $100,000, $200,000, because you turn that whole neighborhood into a cul-de-sac. It's not going to happen, but that's what they want, because the new residents are wealthier. You got gentrification going on in the flats. That's the last area that is even close to affordable in the village, and that's not going to be for long. If you really are serious about dealing with your housing crisis, you're going to have to come up, think outside of the box, allow some place where you can have at least 2 or 3 larger projects, and those projects are going to have to be allowed to have much smaller units for your starter people, for the starter house, and marketplace units as part of the project. But there's no way that you're going to do anything with affordable housing with apartment buildings with or things with 20 units. It's just absolutely unaffordable in the village. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbet. Next up is Mr. Speaker.
Do it, unmute yourself.
Hi, you there?
Yep.
Good evening. I'm looking at the new time limits the board has set on comment, and I see that on communications to the board, it's 5 minutes. On audit of the bills, it's 5 minutes. But on old business and new business, it's 3 minutes. Is there any reason for that difference, or is this just arbitrary like the time limits in general?
There was always a suggested limit of 3 minutes on old business and new business.
Well, not until you suggested it. I mean, there wasn't always, not until the board did this. There used to be no time limits. I'm not sure how long you've been following meetings.
Do you have anything else, Mr. Teague?
Well, I'm wondering if, I see you don't want to answer this question, so I guess my question would be, why does your silence count against my time? I see on the work session you had a old business item, I think, of full-time village attorney. And when you got to that item, you said, we discussed this in executive session. Isn't that a policy discussion, whether to hire a full-time village attorney? Why would that be discussed in executive session?
It's a good question.
Okay, maybe Mr. Spalzino can weigh in on that.
He wasn't there.
Maybe Christie can weigh in on that.
Also wasn't there.
Why is that? I thought their contract called for them to appear at all board meetings. They weren't at EAR the other night, and another just totally incomplete application. Mr. Murphy, please, do you have a question?
They were asked not to be at the meeting.
Do you have a question?
I'm answering your question.
I understand. You're only supposed to interrupt me to ask a question or ask for clarification. So you clearly don't want to answer questions, but I would suggest that that discussion in executive session was totally improper. And I hope if the board is considering hiring a full-time attorney, that'll be a public discussion of the pros and cons of that. I think, you know, I'm not sure why you do that in secret. There was a discussion about the coming out of the emergency order and that a lot of stores were going to be able to open to 50%. I'm just wondering, how is that 50% figure determined? Is that on like a 50% of fire code or something? Is there a metric for that?
It's based on the occupancy.
That's fire occupancy, or is that square footage? I don't understand how a retail store, I never see those signs about, you know, fire occupancy of more than 50 people is illegal here. So, and listen, I'm not looking to be a stickler on this. I just find it fascinating how when they say 50%, 50% of what? Did we oil Canada geese eggs this year? You know, the past board under the past mayor used to regularly say that public comment was not a question and answer period. I'm not sure if that's good policy for this board. This is the only opportunity that the public has to speak to their elected representatives, and the deadly silence on pretty much everything is really concerning. Westchester Land Trust, have we contacted them about the mosquito control in the Otter Creek Preserve?
Don't know. Jerry, have we done that?
Oh, no, I don't think we have, Dan.
Okay.
You know, I asked about this a year ago. Isn't this just a polite note to say, hi, we're going to control mosquitoes in the Otter Creek Preserve, which you own? Do you have any problems with that? The Mason, is the board going to redo the escrow agreement that is clearly flawed? And will the board do that again in secret, or will you do that in a public venue?
Well, Mr. Tigger, we've come to the end of your time. Thank you for your comments.
And thank you for all the answers I've received to my questions.
Who's next up?
Todd LeBon.
Let him roll.
Todd, enable your mic.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Todd LeBaugh here, owner of 604 Halstead. I just wanted to find out when the plan is to expand Halstead.
Excuse me, Mr. LeBaugh?
I wanted to know if you had a plan to expand or widen Halstead. In 1931, the village bought for $10 the rights to demolish the first 10 feet of my building. And that was 90 years ago, and they have chosen not to expand the road, but I am unable to buy that right back after 89 years. I'm wondering how I can buy that right back so that I can sell my building.
Hi, Todd. This is Kelly Wenstrup. We have emailed in the past, and I think you should be able to buy that back. I do not know of any plans to expand Halsted Road that would affect your property or other properties similarly situated. I wish there were a way forward that we could find a way for you to close this up. It's a source of severe frustration for me that you can't.
Okay. And to the other board members, is there anybody who sees a way forward? I mean, inflation adjusted, this is $170 that I could pay you, and we would balance out the $10 from 1931, and I would get a clear title and could sell my building. Is there anybody who thinks that that's not reasonable?
I would be willing to do it, you know, on a negotiated agreement.
I'm happy to come tomorrow with checkbook in hand and give you a check and get it done. Can I visit Mr. Spalzino tomorrow?
He needs a majority of the board. He needs 3.
Okay.
And we need to have a deal, not just come with a checkbook tomorrow.
I will do whatever you need to do. The clock is ticking for me. I have to give the deposit back on the 14th. So I will stay and do whatever it is that you need. I would love to close this deal, and I really appreciate your time. Who should I reach out to tomorrow?
I do think you deserve an explanation. I wish those who, you know, have not, do not think this is the right path for the village would at least explain why they don't believe it's the right path. I think you deserve that.
Mr. Natchez, do you have any comments why it's not the right path?
Not at the moment.
Mr. Sarnoff?
No, Mr. Sarnoff.
I'm not an elected official.
I apologize.
You're civil
Mr.
servant.
Mayor?
I'd be willing to look at it, Mr. LeBeau.
Okay. And Mr. Tuffer? Do you have any comments?
I have not, because this was discussed in a legal setting, which should not be, I mean, disclosed. So that's why I don't think it's about, you know, who's kind of the culprit here, because it requires certain discussions. So I think it was discussed. That's all I can tell you. And the way out was not found. So that's all I can tell you.
So literally 3 doors down from me is for sale. Their deed from 1931 says if the road is not expanded, the village, the deed will go back to that property owner. So their deed is different than mine, and they will sell their building and they will come to you and ask for clear title. So you will need to provide a path for that person. You have had, sorry, the village has had 90 years to decide whether to expand the road. I believe that is enough time. Mr. Barbario, do you have any comments?
I'm not an elected official, sir. Okay. I'm the village manager.
Mr. LeBeau?
Yes.
My suggestion is send us an email with that new information you just mentioned.
Yes.
And we'll see if anything can be done.
Very good. I will send that post haste. Thank you very much for your time.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Who's next?
Nicholas.
Nicholas? Yep. Nicholas?
Yes, good evening to Board of Trustees. I hope you're all well. You've been staying safe and healthy during the pandemic crisis. That's the first thing I'd like to say. I'm coming to you this evening about 2 particular issues. I think that would be of, you know, it's key investments for this community. And I also look at it from the lens of how it could protect people of color that does predominantly basically inhabit the part of the neighborhood in which I live. The first issue I just wanted to come to you about again, it was I addressed on February 24th about the federal government and specifically the Trump administration's decision to rescind federal funding that was going to go towards a flood mitigation project that would have had a tremendous and positive impact, really, from a environmental resiliency standpoint for our community. And again, I'm looking at this now more from a lens of how does this protect, by the way, a community of color in this case, that I think would be tremendously impacted if we were to have a flood of the size and impact that the 2007 flood had when it did impact the very area where I reside today, 18 Grand Street, apartment 3G. Apologies, I didn't give my address. But so basically, you know, I look at it from that perspective, because if they're underinsured and they don't have the ability to, you know, come back from a particular major flood event, you know, they're going to be displaced, or they're going to be potentially their businesses ruined for those who are minority and women-owned businesses. I think about all these people now and what kind of impact this would have on their livelihoods and their way of building wealth for themselves. So I just was looking for a particular update on that issue. I'll pause there if you have any updates about your explorations with the United States Senators, which I think was going to be the next step at the time.
Yeah, you know what, I reached out to Senator Gillibrand's office, and they had not heard back from the Army Corps of Engineer, but they were going to call today and they were going to let me know tomorrow. So that's the last that I had. The senators were hoping to schedule a meeting with the Army Corps of Engineer that hadn't materialized. I don't know. I can't really put my finger on why it hadn't materialized, other than sometimes this executive branch doesn't always respond positively. But they are working on it. I called Senator Gillibrand's office, and she's told me that her aide told me they would call me tomorrow. So that's where we are right now.
If I could just add, Tom, in case Nicholas or the public doesn't know, both our senators, Gillibrand and Schumer, along with our member of Congress, Elliot Engel, wrote to the Army Corps asking for a meeting with all three of them. So they were very serious about this, trying to get a meeting set up. They're behind us, which is very good.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's great to hear that. Okay, so then the second issue is with respect to the condition then of Mamaroneck Avenue, in particular in my part of the neighborhood, which I think you all know is in major disrepair still to this point. Now, my understanding is that the county legislature did authorize $13 million in funding last year for basically doing the reconstruction and repavement of the entire 5-mile stretch of Mamaroneck Avenue from White Plains all the way on down to Mamaroneck. I'm certainly concerned still that this roadway, especially in the area where it is predominantly inhabited by people of color, has not been addressed. Certainly the major development projects, including the building where I reside, and then as well as a retail strip mall that was built a little further down the road. Those projects have since been done. The utility tie-ins have been completed, but yet I still have not seen any kind of action, any kind of expenditure of funding that would now help to go and address really the condition of that infrastructure, because I think that's only right at this point that the infrastructure should be made whole, and that we should be putting it where we have it, where it's accessible road that you don't have to be concerned about your own car, by the way, riding over very bumpy and uneven roadways. And I have the issue too, where my building shakes all the time when I have major truck traffic that comes down, and tends to wake me up at 5:30 in the morning. So it's very, it's not a pleasant experience, unfortunately, because of how uneven the roadways are. So I was just simply curious to know, whose responsibility would it have been in this case to reconstruct the road? Is it the county who is also holds the purse strings for this? Or is it going to be incumbent on the village or the town to go and do the reconstruction of that road using the county's funding for it? And what would then be a potential timeline for potentially getting this infrastructure issue addressed?
From what I understand, it's the county has allocated the money. I don't know where they are with the project, but the county will be doing the work. It won't be the village doing the work. That's a county road, but I can check on that. And if you wanted to email me, I'd try and get you an answer.
All right, I'll do that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hi, Nick.
Next
Louis
up.
Quiros.
Louis Quiros.
Louis, enable your mic.
Good evening, Mr. Quiros.
You have to enable your mic.
You have to turn your mic on, sir. There you go.
Good evening. I'm calling in reference to the issues of ethics, and I urge you to vote Cindy Goldstein off the planning board. I trust the ethics committee, with at least in regard to the Cindy Goldstein matter, knows what they were doing when it was a unanimous vote. Also, why did it wait 6 months between this ethics decision and calling a public hearing? It's a question.
I don't have the inability to have a public hearing in public after COVID hit was a drawback. And before that, there was a question of whose authority it was, the mayors or the whole board of trustees. And the question got resolved about whose authority it was. And then the pandemic hit, and it was very difficult to hold the meeting. That in some substance is the answer.
Okay, I don't really buy that answer response, because we've been Zooming, we've been working around this virus, and it hasn't stopped. It didn't stop the committee, the ethics committee, from voting unanimously.
Just as a point, that happened before the COVID.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Quiros.
Okay.
Have a good night. What's up?
She's,
Who?
I
Okay.
can't pronounce it.
Gisela.
Hi, Giselle. Please unmute your mic.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm calling in tonight, as I emailed previously. I will be mailing in tomorrow 200 signatures of village residents that I helped gather to urge the removal of Cindy Goldstein from the planning board. And I guess my remaining question is just when the decision around that matter will be resolved.
The public comment is open until June 10th. And then that matter is going to be given serious consideration and thought after I have time to digest all the public comments, and after they're all in, look at the law and look at the precedent and make a decision. So I don't want to give you a timeline, because I don't really know the answer to that question. It's when I know I have made the best choice.
If we could at least give us a ballpark of months or weeks.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up.
Doria.
Who?
Doria, please enable your mic.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, hello, my name is Daria Locker. I don't know if previously when we were talking, we were stating where we lived, so I'm on Cedar Island. I also would like to say a few words about the Goldstein matter, because as you just stated, Wednesday is the end of the public comment period. So I've previously spoken in the hearing, and I continue to be astounded by what was written up by the ethics board. I don't believe that you, Mr. Mayor, have any other choice but to remove Cindy Goldstein from the board. We need ethical government in Mamaroneck, and there are so many appearances of impropriety in this ethics decision, as well as the others mentioned in the hearing on the 27th. Along with all my other neighbors who have spoken up and signed petitions about this matter, I urge you to remove Cindy Goldstein from the planning board. I hope that this can be the first step to more transparency and accountability by our village's public servants. So, as previously asked by others, when can we expect you, Mr. Mayor, to decide on this issue? We can't wait forever. We've already waited 6 months for one step of it, and we've waited through COVID. So if you can give us really any indication of when we don't need to wait any longer, that would be great.
I don't have an answer for you, Ms. Locker, but I am working on it. I'm not going to give any timeline. I'm sorry. Thank you, though.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank.
Nobody else?
Kevin,
Was that? Okay.
Kevin, do,
Duarte.
A full house tonight.
Hi there, could everyone hear me? Am I being loud and clear?
Hey, Kevin, can you speak up? You're hard to hear.
How about now? Is this a little
That's
bit better? Okay, good. Thank you tonight for giving me the floor. I also want to say that I fully support the removal of Cindy Goldstein from the planning board. I do believe that we cannot afford, as a village, more wasted tax dollars on these lawsuits. She's clearly unethical, especially given in light of the Board of Ethics unanimous vote. I urge you to please remove her. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
that's it.
All right. Thank you all. There are no public hearings tonight. Next item up is the audit of the bills. 1 second here. Item 2A1 is authorizing to execute a transfer over budget expenses. This is authorizing in total. It is a $3 transfer from serial bond interest to serial bond principal. $2,083.33 from safety inspection, building contract services to law contract services. Marine Education Center office equipment, $308 to the Marine Education Center contract services. Safety inspection building contract services, $467.42 to the Marine Education Center contract services. Does anybody on the board have any questions or concerns? No?
No.
Okay, no hands are up.
Which is the number? What's the, which is this one?
This is
There's 3.
2A1.
What's the total number? I'm sorry.
It doesn't have a total number here. I just looking at it. At least on mine, it doesn't have a total number.
Approximately 2,800,
2,800?
somewhere around there. I'm doing a quick math.
This is just the budget transfers, Victor.
Mhm.
Does anybody have any other questions?
No.
I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
and Murphy.
Aye.
And one thing I want to say, sorry, Mayor, I want to thank because they made it a little clearer to where it's coming from and where it's going. So thank you, Laura. Thank you, Augie.
Very good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, abstract of manual checks. This comes to $8,935.43. Does anybody have any questions or concerns?
No.
No. Okay, hearing, can I have a motion to pay this?
So moved.
Second.
Augustino, please call.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye, thank you all. Abstract of ordering vouchers for fiscal year 2019-2020. That's the year we just ended, right, Odie?
Correct.
$424,786.85. Any questions or concerns from the board?
I have a couple of questions, starting on page 12. Finelli surveying for 3 properties.
Mhm.
Can you give some idea of why we're surveying private properties?
I tried to find out. Those were requests that were made by Mr. Dan Gray. And Spinelli said that he walked in and requested those surveys to be done on those properties.
And we have no other backup other than that?
That's all I was able to find out, Dan. Nothing else.
And were the surveys of the private properties?
So yeah, they were of properties that Dan asked about.
Did
So
they
I
get,
can do those.
do they get billed back to the applicant?
That's probably a good question. That would make a lot of sense. Dan, do you recall, Dan Sarnoff, do you recall if that's something we've done?
No, I think these had to do with maintaining the CRS file,
Right.
but I'm not entirely sure. I couldn't get a
They were for the
good
flood.
answer myself. Yeah.
Right.
The CRS file?
Maintaining elevation certificates for
the flood
community rating system to demonstrate that we have these on file.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Dan.
I'm sorry, it's maintaining the community rating system file to demonstrate that we're getting and maintaining elevation certificates as with applications.
Okay,
But if that's the case, we get, if that's what there was for elevation certificates, that's supposed to be supplied by applicants. So the question is, was there applications for these files for these properties? And maybe we should look at seeing if we can be reimbursed for that.
We will, definitely. I'll track that down.
You know, just, you know.
It's just something that.
Moving on to page 15, last item, Leaf Capital Funding, LLC. Not much, but I don't understand it. It has a lot of acronyms, which I'm not sure I understand.
15, hold on a second.
I think that's for the mail machines.
It's for the what?
Is that for the mail machines, Augie?
I'd have to check.
It says 2 Post-Base Pros DSN documentation fee for.
52120 invoice.
I mean, it's not a big deal in terms of the amount of money, but it's very hard to understand those types of things.
Augie's gonna look it up, Mr. Natchez, so he'll tell us when he finds it. But if you have other items, let's move on to the other items.
Okay, what's on page 17, receiver of taxes?
Greenhaven Road, is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, Greenhaven Road.
Dan, you know?
I don't remember what that is.
No, I think that's right. Is that the sewer taxes that we pay to the town? It's the county. I think it might be the county sewer tax.
I don't know, but
555.
I'm willing to go ahead and pay it, but I do want an explanation. I don't understand it.
Fair enough.
And lastly, on page 36, Taylor's Lane drainage improvements to Chasen Engineering.
Mm-hmm.
Can somebody tell us what that is?
Yeah. Do you want to respond to that, Jerry?
Yes, please.
Sure. Chasen has been assisting the village in the final closeout of the Taylor's Lane project that we've been working on since the 1990s.
What when you say you're talking about is this the dump?
Yes, that's correct. And I think
okay.
I sent
All right,
everyone
then I understand it. I couldn't understand.
Yeah.
It says Taylor's Lane site.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. Augie's looking for your information. Anybody else on the board have any questions?
Sorry, let me unmute myself. I had asked for some backup information regarding two bills that appear on page 9 of this audit, relating to Harriman, NV5. This are contract expenses relating to the planning, but I didn't get any response. I did try to just, to figure out the invoices today, just at the last minute, but I don't know exactly what I'm paying and how we're closing this two projects. I know we're closing, budget, and we're out without a planner. So I of course it is a hard one, but I really with this two projects are still ongoing. So I couldn't, and in one of the invoices it does tell you they're not 100% there. So I had difficulty reconciling where we are and why we're closing these remaining balances. But I didn't get. I know you're busy, and the
No, and
we don't have planners, so.
sorry if I missed the email. I really am. Today I spent a lot of hours outside, mostly in the parks. So I apologize. I'll get you that information tomorrow morning. I can't.
Okay.
I'm not going to be able to look it up right now while we're doing this.
Okay.
It relates to two very important projects, which is the update on comp plan and the industrial area. So that's why I wanted to kind of, I guess, figure out. I checked a few of the back emails from Greg, and he was going to he gave us kind of a final update, and we never. I don't know exactly where we stand with this. So
the comp plan is complete. We just have to invite Neil to present it to the board. He's done all the work on it, I should say.
Okay.
So he has to present it to the board.
There's still, I thought that we still had some public comment. I didn't think that we were in the final stage.
No, when Greg left, before Greg left, he said that Neil has the comp plan completed.
Yeah.
I think we need to check the contract and, before we finalize this. If this is the last payment, I think we need to do a little bit more homework and hold this up till the next meeting.
now that we're reopening slowly, we'll pick up this so we can pick the bill and when it is coming. I think we were expecting to see something around this time. Maybe you think it's complete. Maybe it is.
We haven't had public hearings on it, so it can't be. There haven't been public hearings on a draft.
Yeah. So I think what we need to do is check the contract, what the deliverables are, and what the different outstanding issues are, if there are any, and then.
So are you saying that you want to take that off?
I'd like to take it off until we can get clarification, but 2 weeks is not going to make a big difference one way or the other.
Okay, Augie, do the math on those two. Dan, say what page was that again?
Page 9.
There's 3 invoices. Harriman and NB5.
Okay, so when we get to the time of approving this abstract, just make a motion to remove it, and Augie will have the math done by then. Won't you, Augie?
Yes, no pressure. 22.
Wait a minute. There's $132 one from Harriman and $11,000 one from NV5. But then there's another $10,000 one from Harriman that's been outstanding for work done from August of 2019 and from January. This is all work that was completed up to 5 months ago. Do we not want to pay that?
the problem is it comes to us right now, and I understand that we're closing things out, but we need to know what we're paying, right? So that's kind of the level that we need to reach. So I don't know exactly what we're paying. It was very hard to just try to.
Well, you got that.
So in 2 weeks, we can sort this out and of course not delay anything further. Sometimes it's people bringing the invoices, so we need to, anyway, we'll catch up with this one and then solve it. Yes.
I know he's doing math. Anybody else on the board have any questions? We have Laura, you got something to say?
No, that was my question.
Okay. I think we have Mr. Speaker and Glenn. Well, we'll get to you in a minute.
402, 194.26.
He's ciphering. Stuart.
Okay. I have one more while I come to it.
Yeah, Stuart, you're on.
Okay. I raised my hand on the manuals also, and I just wanted to thank Augie for paying the Westchester Joint Waterworks bills without late fees. Much appreciated. On this audit, I'd like to start off by saying that this board's supposed to know what it's paying for when you pay our money for things. It's very clear in the law, and I'm going to read you just something from, I've read this before, but nobody seems to care, from a controller's audit of Bronxville. It says, quote, without a thorough and deliberate examination of the individual claims and the supporting documentation, the board does not have enough information to determine whether the claims it approves are appropriate and legitimate, and there is an increased risk that improper claims could be paid. So it's not just the consultants on that stuff. I mean, you've had a couple other ones, and there is a solution for the board. It's in village law that if staff doesn't have time to properly review the audit of the bills, you can form a citizen group, and I hope you'll consider that. Page 10, Millennium Strategies. We have a contract with these guys.
Yeah.
And have we reviewed whether, I think this is the second year of it, and at 36,000 years, so we're up to 72,000. Do we have any indication of what we gained through them doing our grant proposals? I'll take that as a no. There's a purchase order on this item. Why is that? It's amazing how chatty you are with everybody else. On page 12 and on page 13. On page 12, there's a payment to Riddick Exterminating for pest control. On page 13, there's a payment to Dana Pest Control. I've been asking about this for a year. Is there any reason we can't consolidate our pest control so we can get a better price on all our buildings instead of having 2 or 3 contractors come in to do little bits and pieces? Mr. Barbaria told me a year ago he was waiting to hear from his departments about their needs for this. Seems like that shouldn't be that difficult. You've got the history of the work. I hope when you get a little time, you'll put some use to this. Our pest control payments have gone up, I think, substantially in the last couple of years. Bottom of the page, page 13, there are 2 payments to Adelphi contractors, one for the repaired roof on shed over old incinerator area, and another one for repairs to roof over old incinerator area. I'm sorry, repaired roof on shed over old incinerator area, and then repairs to roof over old incinerator area. We still use our incinerator? I thought those were banned a long time ago. Nobody, huh? Okay. So you'll pay these even though you don't know what they're for? Guess so. Okay. Next page, page 17, there's a payment of, I'm not sure it was, I'm not even gonna do that one. Page 18, LSAG North America, Annual Support and Upgrade / Hot Lists, 5/21/20. It's pretty amazing how seemingly nobody knows what money's being paid for. I don't think that's a good look for this board. So you'll pay that anyway. You don't really care? Is that what it is? It's almost $1,000. I know that's not a lot of money, but it adds up. Nothing, huh? Amazing. Page 2439, Ninivagi Wetlands and Vector, $950. What is this payment for?
Jerry, do we know?
It's for time spent consulting and visiting the site, and also working with Dave Ballone in monitoring the wetlands that we monitor.
Right. His contract calls for him to get $750 a visit. Why are we paying him $950?
Okay. Mr. Seeger, thank you. Your time is well up.
Mayor, you did not recognize me on the other. I should have gotten 5 minutes on the other one. I'd appreciate the board considering.
Cut them off. We're doing that all thing. Okay. You have that number total, right? Okay.
I had one more, and I actually was gonna, maybe this one that was, he was gonna finish. I was just curious about Elmster tree and shrub. It's tree removals, but it's under snow removal.
What page are you on, Victor?
I'm on page 27 is the first one. I don't know why I got on this on that because it's snow removal. I made a mistake.
Might be. What page are you on? I'm sorry, I apologize.
I'm on page 27.
27, okay.
At the top of the page.
Agreement for
Homestead.
slate readers.
Actually, the invoice is fine. Well, it has the Olmsted issues that Stuart raises all the time, but the invoice is like the problem is where it is.
Was it on the lines? Yes.
I have to check. I don't know why. I look at when I approve them, I look at the invoices to see if the charges are appropriate, but it slipped by me that the snow removal, it was funded out of 5142.
Snow removal contracts. They have all.
Check on that. You're talking about $3,415, that one, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll check. I'm focused on looking at the invoices to
Yep, I understand.
see the appropriateness.
Okay.
I think
Maybe
Stuart
there
was asking for a couple more. If he doesn't have too many, maybe you should allow him.
No. The last time I allowed him, he kept going over it after his time. So I'll take care of the time. Thank you. And he went over on this time. Is there a motion to approve the abstract bills as Dan wants to? Dan, if you make the motion with the amendment.
I don't know what the items are, though. That's the problem. I might make a motion to approve it subject to removing the three items for NV5 and Harriman.
Okay, Augie has the new number, right, Augie?
That's correct, Mayor.
What's the new number?
402,194.26.
194.26. So I need,
And can we approve it to assume that the Olmsted could be put into the appropriate?
yes,
I have a note to reclass it tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it was you were going to transfer money because we didn't use the snow budget this year.
I think the intent was to transfer money from that account.
Yeah.
The proper account, and it was just a.
Do we need to transfer money? Do we need to approve a money transfer before we pay this? Is that line empty?
The transfer will be in the next abstract.
Okay, but I'm just saying, is it okay? Do we have enough in this tree budget to do it? The tree removal budget?
We just started the year. It's June.
Oh, that's right. Okay, sorry. I was thinking about last year. Perfect. Okay.
Gary's got bigger problems for money already.
Yeah. Okay.
okay.
He's already dressed. Give him a chance.
So
I'm laughing, but it's a nervous laugh. It's a nervous laugh.
This is the old budget.
No, it's a new budget.
Yeah, this is May. Yeah.
I'm in KVS and I'll check.
All right. The new budget would be $402,194.26 with the amendments that Trustee Natchez made. So Dan made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I thought Victor had seconded it.
No, I don't know if Victor seconded. Did Victor second it?
Dan Natchez, Kelly Winstrom.
No, Victor didn't second. Call the roll.
Trustees Winstrom,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yeah, as long as we can figure out that, as long as we have enough money in the tree budget to pay that bill. Yes.
The next, and I say yes.
Where's Victor?
I'm here. Yes.
Call the roll.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I lost track there. Abstract of audited vouchers for fiscal year 2020 and 2021. And this comes to $1,212,762.65. Questions or concerns?
It's basically a new policy, right, Jerry?
This is, yep, it's a new policy, this year's policy.
Which you explained last time. It's a good deal and it covers more.
It does.
So I have to say yes. Okay.
We are lucky to benefit from a reduction in that line, that's for sure.
Yeah, really.
Yep.
And with better coverage in so many, at least same or better, right? Okay.
Yeah. So specifically, most of the coverages are the same, but we were able to do better on a few items. I know that on the coverage for the fireman's cancer benefit, we actually have the same exact coverage that we had last year, but the price was actually lower. So those minor adjustments were in our favor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Questions or concerns from the board?
Nope.
Okay, I don't see anybody's hand up. Need a
Go
mo-
ahead, Stuart.
You want to make a motion?
I think somebody's raising their hands.
I don't see it. You know what you see it.
Putting their hand up and down.
Put his hand up and down.
Yeah, I'm seeing all kinds of flashes.
He doesn't know how to work Zoom too well, I understand. Click on him.
Good. Stuart, enable your mic, please.
You know, this happened at the last meeting. I wanted to comment in the last public comment. I wasn't recognized. I wasn't recognized tonight. Who controls this?
Your hand wasn't up the last meeting. Your hand wasn't up before.
I'm sorry. I saw my blue hand go up, Mayor Murphy.
Well,
please don't tell me what I'm seeing with my own eyes.
Okay, continue.
Okay, so page 4, Metropolitan Data Solutions, V quote 1697, capture pad single concurrent license, SMA for mid 10C mobile ID client license.
Is there a question there?
Well, yeah, what are you paying for, Mayor? What are you spending my money on?
Your money.
I'm sorry, is this your money?
Yes, it's all mine, Stuart.
And it's mine too, right?
It's all mine.
It's taxpayers' money, Mayor. I wish you'd be a little more responsible about it. It's incredible how little you know what you're paying for. Paying taxpayers' money. Mayor, you always talk about your concern is the other 20,000 residents of the village, not my concerns. But my concerns are always about the other 20,000 residents in the village. So on the next page, the same thing. Again, I don't know who's getting this stuff. Metropolitan Data Solutions, quote 1697, capture pad, single concurrent license, SMA, for mid 10C mobile ID client license. This one's $2,035. The other one's only $600. I buy the other one and leave this one. They seem to be exactly the same. I see looks on people's faces like, I don't know what this is about. So while you're looking that up, I'll go on to the last audit. There's a payment to Future Fence and Painting for the installation of 60 feet of 6-foot high cedar tongue and groove fence at Sylvan Lane. I went down and looked at the 60 feet of 6-foot high cedar tongue and groove fence at Sylvan Lane. What the hell is it for? What's it hiding in there? I'm just fascinated. And let me say, they did a gorgeous job. Gorgeous job. Looks lovely. But it looks like a windowless prison in the middle of a small cul-de-sac where satellite photos shows it appears we cut down every piece of vegetation that was there and it was fully vegetated to put in this fence. So I'm just wondering, what was that $3,000 for?
Did we have a line item for that?
Yeah, Dan, that was, there's a small pump station there.
Okay.
And so the fence goes around the pump station base, and it also, we're also plan on putting in new plant material. We had extremely overgrown euonymus in there.
Why the need for the fence? Don't tell me. Is that what you said, Mayor? Saying, you know, I mean, why does this project get greenlighted? Did this go out to bid? Did you get 3 bids on this? We had this discussion over the last future fence contract, and I thought it was agreed that you would basically do a RFP light and just sketch out that you needed 60 feet of 6-foot high cedar tongue and groove fence with a gate. There is a gate put in, which isn't there. And then put it out to bid so you know if you were getting the best price on something. Was that done? You know, the finances of the village going forward are going to be very tenuous. I don't think this board can really afford to be paying tens of thousands of dollars out each month that you don't know what you're paying for. Somebody is supposed to have this responsibility. And if the board can't do it, you should form the citizen group to do this. I know there are folks in the village who would be happy to serve on that board. So pay what you want. But as I said, it's not a good look for this board. If you want to act like you're being financially responsible going into the probably dire economic circumstances we're headed for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion to accept this abstract, $1,212,000, $1,212,762.65.
So moved.
A second.
Okay, please call a roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye, thank you. Okay. Next item on the abstract, on the bills, not on the bills, on old business. Resolution establishing, no, that's resolution authorizing parking spot for clothing drop-off container on Library Lane. This is not going to be on Library Lane.
This is incorrect. There's no, we shouldn't be losing a parking spot and it's going in St. Vito's. The resolution is wrong.
Yeah, I
We
know.
talked about this during work session.
Yeah, I know. I was just about to point that out. Thank you. So this should read, whereas village staff reviewed this request and whereas those who reviewed this request and discussed with PB building department staff and identified the level, it should say parking lot to be constructed on Old White Plains Road when the road is decommissioned. But do you want to just wait to do this until the road is decommissioned?
I think that would be best, Mayor. There's a few changes. Plus, I have to make sure that I amend the contract that they sent us to have weekly pickup. So
Thank you.
with all those changes, we should probably bring this back in a couple of weeks.
Because there's always the potential that we don't, we don't take the road back.
Right.
Public hearing. So let's hold off on this until after the public hearing. We can schedule it the same night as the public hearing. If we decide to do it, then we can do this resolution. Fair enough?
That would be good.
I have a question about whether we're able to schedule a public hearing on this for June 22nd. Do we think that's essential? I know that, since we're Zooming and we're not holding in-person public meetings, we're doing just essential business. So I wonder if we're thinking of scheduling this for a public hearing as soon as possible, or whether this is sitting on the back burner until we're meeting in person.
I don't know. Bob, do you have any opinion about that?
Well, my recollection of the governor's order is that there's no distinction as a matter of law between public hearings and regular meetings that require, notice. So you can legally have a public hearing this way, whether you want to or not. That's a policy decision for you.
Well, okay. We can make that policy decision next week, when in 2 weeks, when there is a resolution to schedule a public hearing, we can decide when we want to schedule at that time. Does that sound fair?
That's fair. I just think with this one in particular, it's something where we want to have the community input.
Right, right. But we wouldn't be scheduling it for the 22nd.
No.
We'd be scheduling it at the 22nd.
Yes.
Okay. So let's leave the date off and we can discuss it in public.
Okay.
Okay, the new business is resolution authorizing budget line for COVID-19 expenses in the 2021 budget. Jerry, you want to talk about this a little?
Mayor, this would be funding a certain specific number of items in a certain budget line for the intent and purpose to continue to respond to the COVID-19 disaster. It's something that bookkeeping wise, we keep separate so that when we attribute those expenses related to the response to this line, we have an easier time of identifying items when we fill out the FEMA report and get reimbursement for these items.
Now, we talked about this at the work session. In the last fiscal year, we appropriated $260,000 also. We only used 95. So we put the rest back into the surplus. So this is like, we put that back into the bank account, and now we're taking the whole 260 out again. In the 3 months that were really impacted the community for COVID, last year we spent $95,000, but hopefully we're through the worst of it. So this will be more than enough. And that will hold us over for the rest of the year. Hopefully we won't use all of it. But we're also hoping that what we do use gets 100% reimbursed from FEMA. Is that right?
Yeah, we will. 100%.
Does anybody on the board have questions or concerns?
No, let's hope it's all reimbursed and doesn't get any worse.
Fingers crossed.
You're exactly right, Nora.
Mr. Sarnoff and I have been through a couple of these. We know exactly what they're looking for.
Through the FEMA process, yes.
Yeah.
We will need
Thank
it.
you.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or concerns? Okay. I need a motion.
So moved.
Okay, somebody want a second?
Second.
Okay, great. Augustino?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Next item is communication to the board, round 2. We have a hand. We have 2 hands.
Stewart.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for recognizing me. I did try and chime in last meeting on this, and I was not recognized, no matter what the mayor says. And I was chiming in to ask him to apologize for calling Trustee Winstrup and Trustee Lucas, referring to them as chicks at the meeting. And I was happy to see that he did it on Facebook. But I think a real apology would be in the same setting it was made. The other thing I want to raise is there were a lot of folks calling for the head of Cindy Goldstein tonight. I'm not sure if all the board members or the mayor who's going to make this decision knows, but Mark Edgers is not chair of the Board of Ethics. Our code, if you look at it, says that at the first meeting of every year, the Board of Ethics elects a chair. I've asked for minutes of the meetings where he's been elected chair. The village has told me in 3 months, I will get those. So it appears that the engineer of the train that's run off the rail on the roving Inquisition is not the chair. Is that an ethical issue for the board? That he's just assumed power and is apparently exercising it whatever way he wants? I hope during the decision-making process, you will consider the performance of the board and how they've adhered to their own rules during this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Glenn.
Hello, a couple of quick items. Number one, obviously, we've had a lot of protests with Black Matters and such. I have for over 2 years asked that we have the police chief come to the Village of Mamaroneck board meeting to give a report. Give a report about statistics. We've made tons of decisions on tickets, on changing regulations, and also he could be available for communications with the community. You have basically 30 to 40% of the village budget spent with the police department, yet we can't get the chief of police or at least a lieutenant to come quarterly to give an update on police department, police policy, police enforcement in the village? Why is that a problem? I was told 6 months ago, don't worry, he's coming, he's coming. Well, I haven't seen any indication that the police chief is coming. Scarsdale's police chief goes on their board meetings and gives communication to the community. Why can't our police chief? I would love to ask them, what is our policy on chokeholds? I would ask them, do we have training programs in place of chokeholds? There are a lot of holds you can do through martial arts that are a lot less dangerous than a chokehold. Are we giving that type of advanced training to our police officers? How is our community reach out program? But you can't answer any of these questions, but because our chief of police is AOL. And it's not the first time I've asked this question. It's not the second time I've asked this question. It's not the third time I've asked this question. I have, over the last 3 years, must have made this request at least a dozen times. Why can't the police chief or a lieutenant in the police department in this community avail themselves to come to one quarterly meeting, but before meetings a year? Village manager's here, village accountant's here, village lawyer's here. Usually the city planner is here. Is that really that difficult? Couple of the quick questions. How are we just ended the fiscal year. How did we wind up? Did we wind up, were our expenses above or below? Were our income above and below? And I know that the sales tax for New York State came in 26% below last year. Are we making any adjustments for April and May? The fact that the sales tax for New York State was 26 below last year, and last year didn't have the increase that Westchester had. Last one is tree law. Are we really going to have our village manager as the tree inspector? The highest single paid salary person in the village, is that really the best use of his time to go and say this tree is sick, this tree is good? Really? Seriously? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. That ends communications to the board. Nobody else hands up. Update from village manager Barbario.
Thank you, Mayor. One item that I have for my update is that I've been emailing and speaking to Chief of the Mamaroneck EMS, Jason Capalbo, I believe his last name is pronounced, regarding some of the issues at the building and some of the requests that he's made in the past. When I asked for some information regarding that, it looks like in the last 5 or so years, we've made approximately $350,000 worth of repairs and improvements to that building. And so I wanted to express to the board that I think it's great that we support the EMS, especially since during this COVID crisis, what they had to go through was probably something, pretty close to unimaginable. But they're asking for an additional item. They've asked for this, I think they asked for this 2 budget seasons ago. I don't think it was last year, it might've been the year before, but I could be mistaken. And so I have a request from them to do some improvements on a patio and deck. But really I'm discussing it in my report because I want to be clear on where we are. I believe before I got here that there was some discussion about the Mamaroneck EMS building on North Barry Extension. And so I wanted to make sure that before I approve this, this request for the improvement, that we're still on a solid footing.
You want to put it on the work session?
I think that might be appropriate. I can provide everything that they've provided me. I've also would like to provide, the fact that we have been making improvements on this building, significant improvements for a little while now.
When I was on the town board, the town and the village discussed having a lease agreement with the town, where the town would lease the building from the village, and the town would then take care of all the repair and capital costs. But it never actually happened. But the town couldn't do that if they had no interest in the building. So maybe we want to look at that again.
Interest such as a lease or ownership interest?
A lease, what the town attorney at the time said, they needed at least a lease to spend money.
Yeah, a lease would be fine. There were lengthy discussions about this several years ago that we were never able to reach an agreement with the town on.
Really?
Reach agreement with the what?
The town.
I thought this was done. We never finished that? Oh, God.
No. When I was with the town, it seemed to me that we couldn't reach an agreement with the village. It's funny how everybody's point of view is different.
Now we're gonna solve it. Fine.
So if we can add this to next meeting's work session, we can have more of a discussion. I just want to make sure.
One of the things that needs to happen here is that MEMS, who I have great respect for, and I think they're doing a great job. I think that they have to be reassured that even if the town leases the building, it's still going to be their building. I mean, this was really a way to get the town to use the town's funds to take care of that facility, like they do for the place on Weaver Street.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for bringing it up, Joe. You have a couple other items here?
2 items to file for the record. That we have the sport time agreement, and we have the agreement that we're renewing with Weatherworks, which is our weather forecasting service that we utilize and benefit from every day almost.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk Treasurer?
Yes, Mayor. So just reporting on the first half tax payments are due in June. General parking permits are due to expire June 1st, 2020. And residential parking hand tags are now available online for purchase.
Thank you. Mr. Village Attorney has no report?
No report from me, Mayor.
Thank you. Minutes of boards, commissions, and committees. Minutes of Board of Trustees, work session, regular session for May 11th, 2020. Minutes of Board of Architecture review meeting of April 23rd and May 21st, 2020. And minutes of the Ethics Board meeting, February 26th and May 18th, 2020. I just want to point out that Wednesday night in Harbor Island Park on Lanza Field by the bandstand kind of there, there'll be an event, and it'll be for trying to have the community come together for racial justice and social equality, and remembering the life of Mr. George Floyd. And everybody in the community is welcome. We're asking people to wear, you have to wear a mask. We're asking people to social distance as best as they can. And everybody is welcome. If you're a member of the Black Lives Matter movement, come. You are welcome. There'll be speakers from the community. The only elected official who will be speaking is Mr. Jeff King, who's a councilman in the town of Mamaroneck, who grew up here his whole life and has pertinent experience to speak on this issue. So please come down. Hopefully, it starts at 5. We'll be out of there by 6. That'll be a good chance for the community to come together and to kind of support each other. These are hard days for a number of reasons, but hopefully we will turn this into a focal point where we can make meaningful change in this whole country. So I just want to remind everybody, 5 o'clock, Lansfield, Wednesday night. That's the 10th. And with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night, everybody.
Night. Good night.
Okay, Augie, here are your abstracts.